What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Friday, March 28th, 2025, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, we will recap a wild night of NCAA tournament action, including the game of the tournament between Texas Tech and Arkansas. We will preview the big weekend it is for Longhorn sports. The Texas women are 2 wins away from a Final Four. The Texas baseball team gets a road series going tonight, and some big recruiting updates for Texas football and basketball as well. We'll give our thoughts on opening day across Major League Baseball. Good start to the year for the Stros, not so good start to the year for the Jers. And Bucky's Yankees are 1-0. We'll
Yankees
see if
win. Yes.
The Yankees win. We'll see if the Buck has any gold star locks for the tournament games tonight. We've got a former SEC coach suing the NCAA. And we've got maybe the wildest airport video that we've ever had.
Ever?
Oh,
my goodness.
Oh, yeah. Happy Friday to everybody out there. Appreciate everyone tuning in. And a happy Friday to you, my man. How are you this morning?
Doing fantastic. Let me tell you, folks, enjoy this rain. This has been a blessing for Central Texas and the state of Texas here over the last couple of days. And I think probably by the end of this morning, by the time we get to afternoon, the showers probably are going to be gone. They're going to start to dissipate, and what you'll get is some warm weather. We'll start getting some sun starting. Well, I think starting maybe this afternoon, we'll start getting some sunny weather, and then into Saturday and Sunday, we will see rain again later next week. But this what we thought was going to be a wet Friday, I don't think we're going to get it, BK. I think the young lady on the the weather guesser who was on that I was listening to said, "I'll let you know." And I said to the TV, I said, "No, I'll call her up and let her know that no, we're not going to get as much rain as we thought we were going to get. We're going to start to see some sun here shortly. But we do have a chance, as we're in the darkness here for the next couple of hours, that we may get some. But later on, like I thought we'd get this afternoon, I don't think so. I think that's gone, and that's good. But it will come back next week. I think this is going to be, we're still in that, although we've had some 90-degree temperatures, we're still in that spring kind of, pattern, and we should get some rain that we really, really much need. So everything will work out fine.
Are you telling me the weather guessers don't console with you before making their forecasts?
How can they get on TV and talk like that and then say, "I'll let you know when it's going to change"? I just said, "No, I'll let you know when it's going to change." I'm a weatherer, okay?
Yeah, I figured all of them call you like 5 minutes before they go live just to double check and make sure that they've got the right predictions. But apparently,
she's kind of new in the business.
Okay, and she's a she, so you're saying don't trust her?
I'm just saying she shouldn't be making these kind of predictions on her own without consulting me. She did not. So I let her know through the TV, through my vibes. No, I'll let you know when it's going to stop.
Like Steve from Blue's Clues jumping into your television?
Oh, yeah. Come on now.
Amazing.
Steve from Blue Chew?
Not Blue Chew. Pretty much the opposite of Blue Chew. Oh. I hope he wasn't using Blue Chew because that guy was hanging out with your kids for years.
Oh, my God.
Did you ever have to watch that show? Were your kids around that time?
No. Okay. I don't know if my kids were kids then. I mean, how many years ago? How far are we going back? Remember, my kids are 30, one is 41, the other one's 37, 38. They're in that age range.
Yeah, I mean, Blue's Clues was around when I was a kid, and I know it was around for a few years after. I can't speak to a few years before, but I feel like there's a chance Blue's Clues was a popular kids show for the later of your children.
My group were Teletubbies, that group. That purple thing and all of that gang now.
That purple. Gerber baby son.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, just really, that was a weird time. They'd had some, or even, I think, no, I think they were around Cookie Monster and all that stuff. They were in between all that madness.
Sesame Street?
Sesame Street.
That
It's
show
like,
definitely predates your kids. That show's been around for a long time.
yeah, that's closer to me. Hell, I was still checking out Sesame Street. I was in my teens probably checking out Sesame Street. A good Sesame Street I couldn't let go by.
That's weird.
You know, little Grover.
Little Grover action, huh?
Yeah, little Grover. Who's Grover? Grover lived in the trash can, right?
No, that was Oscar the Grouch.
Oh yeah, Oscar lived in the can. Yeah.
Oscar lived in the can. Can you imagine what it smelled like in there? That guy didn't leave to take a leak or a crap. He just did it all in his bedroom.
Just right there in the can.
It's a
Yeah,
tough bit right there.
I kind of liked them. I thought they were pretty cool. Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Cavazos, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you so much for what you do. We appreciate it to you, all you first responders out there. We appreciate you also. And do be safe, please.
Yes, indeed. Plenty to get into on a Friday show. Shout out to our guy CB, who informs us that 1969 was the year that Sesame Street started. So, yeah, your kids are definitely old enough to have watched.
Oh yeah, there's no doubt about that. For sure. Hell
Oh,
yeah.
man.
Did he say 79?
69.
69. Yeah, that was, yeah, I was getting ready to graduate from high school in 73. So yeah, I was checking that madness out.
Can you tell me how to get to Sesame Street?
Love that little song, yeah.
A little jingle at the start of every episode.
So I'm
All
a
right.
baby boomer, so I had Captain Kangaroo when I was a kid.
That's not a real person.
Yeah, he was a real person. He was a real individual and had his own little community, Captain Kangaroo.
What was he the captain of?
He really wasn't like a captain. He just wore like a captain's suit. He was like, you know, when you go into a plane, they always call that dude the captain. Well, who named him the captain?
He did.
He
So
decided,
it sounds
okay,
like this jabroni kangaroo is like, I'm cooler than all of my neighbors. I'm going to start calling myself the captain. Weird bit right there.
His buddy was Mr. Green Jeans.
Mr.
And I don't
Green
think
Jeans?
I don't know if I had a color TV. I don't even know if his jeans were green at that time.
I don't know if he was green jean for anybody if color TV wasn't around.
No, he was just Mr. Blue Jeans, dark jeans, black jeans.
There you go. Yeah, he was either black jeans or white jeans. I think those were the only options back in the day. Oh, man. If you stayed up late last night, and I mean late last night, you were rewarded with the game of the NCAA tournament. You know, you and I were going back and forth on this show yesterday trying to figure out who we wanted to win between Texas Tech and Arkansas, right? I mean, it's who's the lesser of two evils.
Yes.
And, well, ultimately, we got an epic thriller between those two in the Sweet 16. Arkansas was in control of this one for pretty much the entire game. They had the lead. They had the lead for 38 minutes and 53 seconds last night. They were up by as many as 16 points in the second half. Buck, they were up by, let me make sure I have this right. They were up by 13 points with 4 minutes and 22 seconds left in regulation. Texas Tech mounts a furious comeback. Darion Williams hits a game-tying three in the final seconds to force overtime, and then he hits the game-winning bucket in the final seconds of overtime. And the Red Raiders, with a shocker, they knock off Arkansas and move on to the Elite Eight.
Well, teams are very similar, you know, the way they look, except for the kid Toppins is a beast. He really is. He's long. He can score. He can rebound. What a player that dude was. Now I understand why Texas wanted that dude so bad.
I wish they wanted him a little badder.
Yeah, really.
Because they got outbid by Texas Tech. They had an opportunity. I was recently told they had an opportunity to get JT Toppin for a little bit less money than what he's actually making in Lubbock. And they said, nah, we're good.
Oh, yeah. And now that's why they have a new coach.
Yeah, it might be why they have a new coach. I mean, JT Toppin was the Big 12 player of the year, and he's having an all-American season for the Your Markers right now.
No kidding.
And it took him a while to get going. I mean, Texas Tech was bad for like 35 minutes last night. They couldn't buy a shot. They really couldn't buy a three. And Arkansas's physicality and length was giving Texas Tech all sorts of problems, and that's how they built up that huge lead. I mean,
How the hell did they blow that?
Tech led 3-2, and then they didn't lead again until overtime. Like, it was Arkansas's game to win, and they just served it up on a silver platter to the Red Raiders. And you give Texas Tech a ton of credit, but I think you give just as much credit for last night's result to Arkansas for just shitting the bed. And you got the total Coach Calipari experience this year if you're an Arkansas fan. And look, maybe the Hogs will look back at this season and call it a success. I mean, they started 0-5 in SEC play, and they had nothing going for them. So to bounce back the way that they did and make it all the way to the second weekend of the tournament, a pretty impressive turnaround by them. But, man, an opportunity they had to get to the Elite Eight. And they just, this is what Coach Cal does at times. Like, everything that you can't do when you have a big lead late in a game, he did. They deflated the ball on offense and just basically tried to run out the clock versus trying to actually play basketball. They had a chance.
They were playing just fine. They were doing just fine.
Yeah, they just stopped doing it. They're like, oh, let's just kill some clock. You had some bad shots. You had, they had an opportunity up by 3 in the final seconds to foul. Instead, you let Texas Tech shoot a 3. They make it. It goes to overtime. Then at the end of overtime, Calipari had a chance to call a timeout to draw up a play for a game-tying shot that could have forced double overtime. He doesn't. They get a bad look, and it was just the blueprint on how to choke away a massive lead.
Yeah, but all in all, that program's moving in the right direction with him in year number 1, that's for sure.
Yeah, I think you have to call it a successful year number 1, even though there were plenty of ups and downs for the Razorbacks. But shoot, I mean, opportunities to make it to the Elite Eight don't come around that often.
No.
And to have it right there, I mean, right there.
Yeah, to be up by 16 in the second half on a team, can't lose that game.
Can't lose that game. No. Credit Texas Tech. They move on, and they will take on the Florida Gators in the West Regional Final. Florida, that was a good first half, Florida and Maryland. It was a 2-point game at recess, but the Gators just flexed their muscles in the second half.
Yeah, they just kind of breezed at the end, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's a damn good basketball team. 87-71 at the final score in that game in San Francisco. Maryland.
Please tell me that was my major play of the night, though.
No, you went even for the people last night. You did go 2-1, but your major play was Duke minus 9.5.
Oh, thank you to the 9.5. Yeah, come on, Duke.
And they won, but they only won by 7 last night. That was another great game. I mean, it was close for a while. Duke went on a run late in the first half, and it stretched early into the second half. They pushed the lead to double figures, and you're like, well, here goes Duke again. Duke is Duke. They're going to win this game by 20 or 25, just like they did in the first 2 rounds. But Caleb Love in Arizona, man, pretty relentless. They kept fighting
dude
back.
Love's a good player.
Yeah, great player. Obviously was, he was on that Carolina team that beat Duke in Coach K's final game in the Final Four.
Yep.
In 2022. So that guy's been playing college ball forever, transferred over to Arizona a couple of years ago. He went for 30 plus. I thought Cooper Flagg was amazing last night. 30 points. I think he had a season high in assists. He was playing great defense. I mean, he was just controlling the game. And I'm pretty sure everyone had already seen Cooper Flagg play. But if that was your first time watching Cooper Flagg play, you saw why he's going to be the number 1 pick in the draft. But, Duke shoots 60%. They score 100, but unfortunately for you and your Gold Star Locks, they didn't cover the 9.5-point line.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Yeah, you did have Arkansas plus 5.5, which ended up being a good pick. I was a little nervous. When that game went to overtime, I'm like, oh, my God. Not only is Arkansas going to lose, but they're going to fail to cover. And anybody who bet on the Hogs last night, that's the worst beat ever. But that overtime was very intense. Both teams went back and forth, and Texas Tech threw the final punch. And then Alabama, holy crap. I said on the show I was picking BYU to win. If you would have told me BYU was going to score 88, I would have said, yeah, I'm bragging about calling the upset of the tournament. And, well, the problem was Alabama scored 113.
Oh, my God.
So 88.
25 threes?
Yeah, 25 threes for the Crimson Tide, which easily sets the NCAA tournament
They were
record.
bringing in their substitutes with like 2 minutes to go in the game, and they were hitting threes. I'm
They were
like, "Are
hitting
you
threes.
kidding me?"
It was, I mean, I'm looking at the box score right now. It says that Alabama missed 26 three-pointers. It says they went 25 for 51. I don't remember seeing them miss a single three last night. Are you sure? Are we sure the ESPN box score is accurate today? I
Man.
mean, you watched that game too. They weren't missing. Unconscious from beyond the arc.
Yeah, the other guy besides Sierra, he was the guy who I bet he had about 6 or 7 missed threes, and he had a great night. But he probably is the guy who missed most of the threes because he took a lot of them. The other guard,
They had three guys that took at least 11 threes.
wow.
Mark Sears, and the reason why I picked BYU is because Mark Sears had been playing very poorly. I mean, he couldn't make a three. Like his shooting had fallen
Right.
apart. He wasn't good in the SEC tournament. He wasn't good in Bama's first two real tournament games. And I'm like, well, if Mark Sears is playing like this, then Alabama's primed for an upset. Well, Mark Sears, 10 of 16 from deep, goes for 34 points to lead all scorers. And then, yeah, Chris Youngblood, 5 of 11 from deep. And then Aiden Holloway off the bench, 6 of 13 from three-point land.
Yeah, his 6 of 13. He was taking every shot he took was a three-pointer.
They were all taking threes. They set the record for most makes, but they also set the record for most takes easily. And I know the game has changed. People are jacking up more threes than ever before, but even that was like otherworldly.
Well, they kept getting a lot of offensive rebounds and kept getting tap outs, and their big guys would tap them out to the guys past the three-point line. So they got balls that weren't really passed to them. They were just tapped to them. And as soon as they got them tapped and they were at the three-point line, they jacked them right back up.
Crazy. Yeah. I mean, just anytime they could take a three last night, they took a three. Buck, they shot the ball 66 times last night. 51 of those shots were three-pointers.
My goodness.
Do the math on that. I think there was a time in the first half where like 16 of Bama's first 18 shots were threes. It's just, there's a reason why people love Nate Oates so much. And there's a reason why so many Longhorn fans wanted Texas to go out and get Nate Oates, because it is a high-flying, up-tempo, very entertaining brand of basketball. And it's, live and die by the three. They were living luxury last night.
Yeah, Sean Miller doesn't play that kind of offense. He doesn't do that. Nobody does that.
No, I mean, like BYU shot 33s last night. The problem is they only made 6 of them.
Yeah, they were struggling with theirs.
One team makes 25 and you make 6. Well, I'm not great at math, but you're not going to win the game.
No.
And again, BYU 88 points last night. That'll win you most games in this tournament. But
yes,
it was enough to lose by 25.
Man.
Yesterday. So how about Alabama Duke tomorrow for a spot in the Final Four?
Yeah, Alabama will have some hands in their faces on some of these threes tomorrow.
Yeah, Duke is longer and more physical and obviously better than BYU. But the Crimson Tide made the Final Four last year, so they've got experience. I mean, what a game
it's not going to stop
be.
them from shooting them. It's not all of a sudden going to change what they do, but they at least have some arms and hands up in the air in front of their faces, but they're still throwing them up.
Well, you had a Bama team.
Be careful because Duke will shoot those too.
Yeah, I mean, you had a Bama team that went for 113 last night and a Duke team that went for 100 last night.
Yeah.
And I just pulled up KenPom. I mean, Duke actually has a better offensive rating this season than Alabama does.
Yeah, look out.
So it is, two of the best teams, but also two of the very best offenses in college basketball. So if you like points, tune in tomorrow night for that one. It'll be fun. And then you get Texas Tech and Florida. Do you give the Red Raiders any chance, or is Florida just looking too good right now?
I think Florida will win win pretty easily, but Tech will be I don't think Tech will get blown out. They're kind of long. They're kind of, they got guys that are big too. They just can't get into foul trouble. Then they have a problem. Because Florida can get in foul trouble and bring another guy just like the one that they had on the court. They got a lot of substitutions that are pretty good.
Yeah, they do.
I don't think Texas Tech can go that deep.
Now, in Texas Tech, I mean, Chance McMillan has not played in this NCAA tournament, right? He's one of their best players and
Right.
one of the best shooters in America. And he was practicing leading up to last night, but he didn't go last night. So, if you're a Tech fan, you obviously hope he could come back tomorrow, but it's only one day in between games. So I think it's probably safe to assume that we won't see Chance McMillan
Right.
tomorrow for the Red Raiders, and that's a big blow for them. Florida's getting the guys back right now. Florida's a 6.5-point favorite. Duke is also a 6.5-point favorite tomorrow.
Yeah, that's that line. And it's almost like, how can I give Alabama 6.5 points no matter who it is? Even if it's the Celtics, the other team that shoots a bunch of threes. How do I give Bama 6.5? They're going to, if they stay hot, look out.
I know. And Duke, for the first time in a while, looked vulnerable. And that's the big question about Duke. Look, maybe they answered it last night, but I don't really think they did. Duke played in such a bad ACC this year, so they didn't have to play in a lot of close games. So if a game is one possession game in the final minute, do they know what to do? Are they battle tested enough?
Alabama played in a much tougher conference, but
Yeah.
a lot of their games, they were scoring 90 and 100, and they were running teams out of the gyms. They're used to doing that.
Well, they played a lot of close games, is my point. Like Duke has not played a lot of close games.
No.
So, in late moments, right? This Alabama team, again, that made it to the Final Four last year. Obviously, there are some new pieces there, but they've got more tournament experience than Duke, and they've got way more close game experience playing in the great SEC.
Yeah, Flag, he's going to love this game.
They better served in a close game in the final 5 minutes to make those winning plays than the Dukies are. It'll be fun, man. 7:49, not quite as late of a tip-off tomorrow. Yeah. It's 5:09 for the Tech Florida game out in San Francisco, and 7:49 for the Bama Duke game in Newark, New Jersey. Man, both of those games on TBS. I don't know why they're not on CBS. That doesn't seem like the right thing to do for ratings, but who knows? Second biggest comeback in Sweet 16 history for Texas Tech, a 16-3 run by the Red Raiders to force overtime and a total hog collapse. If you're an Arkansas hater, Buck, which I know a lot of our audience is, you got a kick, maybe a couple of kicks out of the way that game finished up. What a choke job. That's the most Arkansas loss ever. They're very good at choking in the postseason in any sport.
That'll do it right there.
That one maybe takes the cake.
And to lose to that group.
Oh, to lose. I know. I don't know who I was rooting for last night. I think I hate Tech a little bit more just because in my lifetime, the Longhorns and Red Raiders have been rivals more than the Longhorns and Razorbacks have. I feel like in a couple of years, that'll probably switch back over to the Hogs since we're now in that conference. But, I did get some enjoyment out of watching Coach Cal and Arkansas just totally crap the bed yesterday. Man. That was worth staying up late for, methinks. All right, we'll take your thoughts. The code of text line, 512-222-9328. Of course, the YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Twitch live chats are rocking and rolling as well. Before we shift gears, of course, we will preview tonight's Sweet 16 action. We got some football to get into. We've got some Texas women's basketball to get into. Before any of that, how about our first round of sponsor shout-outs?
About how good I feel thanks to Relax the Back. And I love this chair that I've been in for so many years. It feels great. My lower back feels good. My thoracic back feels great. And that's very important to me since I had thoracic back surgery. But my lumbar area feels good. My shoulders feel good. My neck feels good. And I want to thank Relax the Back. And folks, if you have discomfort or you're not feeling well because of back pain, and I count back pain from the top of the head all the way down to your butt crack, that's where it really, really is important. You've got to get that straightened out or you will have some miserable days to come. Some of the normal things that you think aren't that hard to do will become that hard to do if you start to get that back pain. But head on over to Relax the Back, where you'll find those zero-gravity recliners, find Tempur-Pedic mattresses and pillows, adjustable mattress sets. They have it all at Relax the Back. They have all the accessories that will help you feel good. Even if you don't have that couch from Relax the Back, if you're sitting in the big taco, they've got the accessories like, that's right, The big black ball.
Oh,
there it is. Yeah, baby.
You got your vibrator out this morning?
I got the vibrator out, feeling good. Check it out. That's the look. And then we'll go one more. That's how Relax the Back works right there. They got 2 wonderful locations at the Hill Country Galleria across from Whole Foods, and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. Live pain-free like the Buck at Relax the Back.
Why was there a bunch of white stuff on that bowl?
No, there was not. It's all wiped off already.
Sure sounded like it was sticking to your hand a little bit too.
No, it's What's going on? That thing right there is fantastic. You put that under your hamstring, BK, and just kind of sit there, put it on low, kind of high, kind of bugs me, but low feels fantastic.
Low and slow, huh?
Oh, yeah, on my vibrating ball, yes.
That's what you like with your vibrator. All right. Shout out Relax the Back. Shout out AV Consultations as well. Oh, man, our TSU bracket madness is getting interesting. We've got a lot of contenders. I think Chip Brown actually is in 3rd place right now with his bracket, but it's getting really, really good. And thanks to our friends at AV Consultations, because they're going to be hooking up the winner of our bracket challenge with a 65-inch Samsung 4K TV. If your bracket is busted, well, the good news is you could still call AV Consultations and get hooked up with great TVs and speakers and surround sound, and you can get it all installed for you in the comfort of your own home. They're the best in the business, and they've been in business here in Central Texas since 1988. They've hooked up thousands of Central Texans. They can hook you up as well. Just give them a call, 512-255-8678. That's 255-8678, or find them online at avconsultations.com.
Thank you very much.
All right. And a shout out to our friends at Olipop as well.
Yes, sir.
It's a good way to ring in the weekend. Do I have an Olipop over here? I left it in the fridge, I think, this morning. I thought I brought it.
Let it get nice and let that grape get nice and cold.
Oh, man. Shout out to Olipop. Great tasting soda that's actually good for you. Next time you're at the grocery store, skip the old school Coke and Sprite and this, that, and the other, and go get you Olipop. It's, again, soda, so it tastes like soda, but it has ingredients that support good digestive health, so you can actually feel good about drinking soda. The rules have changed. The game has changed. Pick some up when you're at H-E-B, Costco, Walmart, Whole Foods, Target. Wherever you buy your groceries, you can find the 19 different flavors, and they're adding more. Oh, yeah, there will be 20 and 21 and 22 and 23 in the not-too-distant future. So next time you shop, make sure you shop Olipop.
Love it.
Okay, Buck, we're trying to figure out what the Texas basketball roster is going to look like. And I don't want to spend too much time on this, but I feel like it's worth bringing up. I know you're a big social media guy, right?
Big on watching everybody else do social media, yes.
And you love Instagram?
I like Snapface and Face Slap and all those different venues that you can go on. You know, Signal, everything that they got going, I'm in.
Signal?
Yeah. That's what our government uses. Don't they use Signal or something like that to do all their chats between each other?
I think they use text message.
Oh, text message or whatever they use, you know, that's not secure, that is secure. They just don't want anybody to find out, whatever it is, whatever the use it is, I use it. Or I like to see other people use it. Other people should use that.
There you go. Instaface, slap face, slap dick, diss dick.
Snapchat, chapstick.
Whatever it's called. Well, since you're all over the Instaface, maybe you've seen this, but this was a post from Jordan Pope on his personal Instagram account yesterday. And it's a picture of him in a Texas jersey. It's kind of a montage of pictures of him from this past season. And the caption reads, Year 3. And the picture is liked by Tremont Mark. And there's a comment there from Kendall Weaver who says, run it back.
Oh.
With a peekaboo emoji.
Run them out.
What?
Yeah, okay.
All of a sudden you don't want Kendall Weaver back?
No, I want Kendall Weaver back for sure.
Well, you just said run them out. What does run them out mean?
Is this dude coming back? He's not coming back, is he?
Well, I don't know. He hasn't announced anything officially, but he is sort of indicating that he's coming back. And then you've got
Why?
Tramon Mark liking the picture, and you've got Kendall Weaver saying, run it back. Doesn't excite you at all getting those dudes back in town?
Getting that dude right there back?
Well, what if it's all three of them? You'd rather have all three than zero.
I would rather have two of the three. How's that? Well, I'm going to consult with your other 7 guys and see what they think. I think your other 7 members of your group would say, no, he can continue on to his 5th school or whatever.
I think the most exciting part of this post is Kendall Weaver's comment saying run it back, because
yes,
that leads you to believe that Kendall Weaver is at least considering returning to Austin. And I think most Texas fans agree that of those 3 guys, Weaver, Pope, and Mark, Weaver is the most valuable and the guy that you would like to keep. So that's the most exciting part here. But the fact that all 3 of these dudes on one social media post are interacting at least indicates that they could return to Austin. And I mean, they just need bodies right now more than anything. And you got
you got to have somebody to run practice.
Yeah, you got to have somebody to. I mean, they don't have 5 scholarship players to play a game, so you got to have someone to play, practice, games, whatever.
Somebody on campus can be better. Somebody can be. This guy, his number is the same amount of points he generally scores.
Come on, man. Come on, man.
It's, to me, I don't care if he's playing off the ball, by the ball, on the bench, out of the gym is where I'd like to see him. I think they can do better.
So you're done with Jordan Pope?
Most certainly.
No interest in bringing him back.
I have no interest. But if it has to be, they come as the 3 Musketeers. I'll take that than not to have Kendall Weaver or the other guy. I like the other guy. I mean, I mess with him about being herky-jerky, but I think he can have an incredible year because I think he's that kind of, he's that kind of athlete, that kind of talent. And especially with a guy like Sean Miller, I think he can really help him out. That guy right there there's a bunch of those kind of guys running around.
Not good enough to play at Texas, huh?
No.
You've seen enough from Jordan Pope. Look, I won't disagree with you. It was a disappointing year for Jordan Pope.
I've seen enough. I mean, we can call him off the ball, or whatever guy, but no, I'd rather have Mark and the other guy. I don't need all 3 of them. But if it takes having, if they're, like I said, if they're the 3 Musketeers and you got to have us all, then that's fine. I'll take the chance.
Jordan Pope averaged
just taking up a uniform.
He averaged 11 points per game this past season. Did play pretty well down the stretch until that game against Xavier, where he was a non-factor, but was really good against Oklahoma in the regular season finale, then had 14, 13, and 14 points in the 3 SEC tournament games that the Longhorns played, 2 of which were wins that got him into the big dance.
Well, if you told me he's just the Oklahoma and Aggie killer, bring him back then.
He did kill OU this year.
Okay, that would be worth it.
But it was his worst season. I mean, he averaged 12.5 in his first year at Oregon State. He averaged almost 18 a game in his second year at Oregon State. That's why so many Longhorn fans were excited about Jordan Pope, because it was a pretty good 3-point shooter. And again, almost 18 points per game in a power conference, right? That was in the Pac-12, not the Pac-2 that the Beavers are in right now. But it just didn't quite click. Again, a lot of it, I think, had to do with just the role he was on with this Texas team. It felt very square peg in round hole, trying to make Jordan Pope a true point guard.
No, he can't even bring the ball up. The 2 pressure just tears him apart.
Well, that's Rodney Terry's fault to me. I don't put that like, look, Jordan Pope, he was the guy playing. He was the guy failing at doing those things, but I just think he was in a bad role. So in an offense like this, that's a little more free flowing, that has more ball movement and player movement, I think Jordan Pope could have a much better season. So I'm on board with him coming back, especially if it means you could spend some more money on some other big guys. Maybe you
just lost 2 of your 7 with that comment there.
What's that? 2 of the 7 fans?
2 of your 7, yeah. I'm with him coming back. That's going to hurt your popularity with your guys.
Well, my response to that would be, who's coming in, right?
Nobody's coming in. I don't know. They don't have anybody coming in.
They will. I mean, they have to have somebody coming in. Again, they've got like just a few scholarship players on the roster right now. So is there a way to upgrade from Jordan Pope? Sure. Is there a world where, yeah, I'm perfectly fine with Jordan Pope leaving? Sure. But as it stands right now, it's
Not
like,
right now.
yeah, I mean, you gotta keep good players here. And if you don't have to add 8 or 9 guys, you'd prefer to not add 8 or 9 guys because it's more expensive to go get someone from a different place than to keep somebody around at your place.
Yeah, I mean, I the addition of 4 or 5 guys, maybe 8 or 9 is a lot. Wow.
Yeah, I might have to. We'll see. I mean, Devon Pryor, as of now, is the only Longhorn from this past year's roster to hit the portal, but there are obviously a few more who can. And yeah, you're losing Kaluma and Shedrick and Larry and Kent and Trey Johnson
And Mo and Curly and
and
all the rest of them.
Mo and Curly. Yeah, the Three Stooges thankfully won't be here anymore.
Wow.
Now I'm like scared. I hope Texas doesn't bring in a guy named Mo or a guy named Larry, or if there's a Curly Neal kid also named Curly. I don't want
Wow.
that guy either because I don't want anything to do with the Julian Larry bit. Yeah, mess. So there you go. Thought that was worth bringing up. An interesting Instagram post from Jordan Pope and Kendall Weaver and Tremont Mark, a part of it as well. So what does it mean? Tell me what it means. I don't know, Nick Saban, but
That's just the way those guys communicate, right? That's
yeah,
social media. That's how they communicate
that is
with each
social
other.
media. That's it. That's how it works nowadays in 2025. All right, Buck. The Texas women's basketball team is getting
Oh,
set
yeah.
for the Sweet 16 tomorrow. The Longhorns will take on the 5th-seeded Tennessee Lady Vols. 2:30 game on ABC. A rematch of a very good regular season tilt here
Should
in
have a nice
Austin.
crowd here for that.
Yeah, Texas won 80-76 in Austin. This game is in Birmingham, Alabama, so only a few hours away from Tennessee. I don't know if it'll feel like a true road game for Texas, but I think there will be more of that nasty-ass neon orange
Oh, yeah.
in the stands than the burnt Texas orange in the stands. But, yeah, 15 lead changes in the first matchup. It was tied with 30 seconds left. Maddie Booker hit a game-winning shot with 28 seconds. Texas gets a stop on defense. They iced the game at the free throw line. But that was one of the tougher games that Texas played in the regular year. Now they've got a rematch against a Tennessee team that's playing some good ball. They went on the road to Ohio State and beat the Buckeyes, handing them their first loss of the season.
Yeah,
The
they're gonna have to be a
Longhorns.
little bit better at shooting threes tomorrow.
Yeah, that's a
That's not their
scary
thing.
ask right there.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
not their thing, but they're gonna have to hit a few tomorrow.
they're the anti-Alabama. Alabama shoots the most and they make the most. Texas does not shoot a lot and they don't make a lot either.
No.
Tennessee actually does shoot a lot. They've got the third most threes in America. They've made the second most threes in the country.
They're going up. They're shooting them.
So they only make about 33%, but they shoot so many that's why they have made amongst the most in
They better
college
make them because they won't
basketball.
be getting a rebound because Texas will be sucking up those rebounds.
Yeah, that's where Texas won the game here in
Yep.
Austin. They were plus 15 on the glass and plus 20 in second chance points. Tennessee's actually a pretty good rebounding team statistically, but they were not against Texas. So Taylor Jones, Kyla Oldacre, the two Longhorn bigs, they're going to have to do what they did in game one,
Absolutely.
win the physicality matchup down low for Texas to win. Because, yeah, look, it's scary when you play a volume 3-point shooting team in this tournament because if they just get hot on one night, ask BYU what can happen. It's like there's nothing they can do when the other team doesn't miss. If Tennessee starts making a bunch, they hit 10 to 12 threes tomorrow, then the
Yeah, it's always
Longhorns could
like
be in trouble.
eventually they'll start hitting those. They'll get 2 in a row or 3 in a row. But when
Yeah.
you're on a streak where you don't hit them, but you're still firing them up, boy, that makes the other team feel so good.
Yeah.
Go ahead and take another one. Take another one.
Sure. We'll keep getting these rebounds and going in transition. Thank you very
Absolutely.
much. Yeah, that's why they say live and die by the three, right?
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Like odds are Alabama's going to go 10 of 46 tomorrow from three, and they're going to lose to Duke by like 15.
And they're still shooting up 46 of them, though.
They're still going to shoot a bunch of them. But like
Yeah.
the law of averages, right? Regression to the mean, whatever you want to say. Like Bama's going to
Hell,
cool
a
off.
sore shoulder, a
Yeah.
sore forearm after shooting all those threes last night. Wow.
Right. I mean, you kind of saw that in the Arkansas Tech game. Like Arkansas averages 7 made threes a game. They made 7 in the first half, and it's like, holy crap. Like, they'll come back down to earth, won't they? Sure enough, they did. So sometimes it's within the same game. Sometimes it's game to game. But, yeah, you hope Tennessee is just not on tomorrow. I don't care about any other games. I just care about tomorrow. Texas 2 wins away from a Final Four. If the Longhorns take care of the Lady Vols, they will get the winner of Notre Dame and TCU. And would either be a rematch of a game Texas lost in the regular season in South Bend, or obviously another shot at former Big 12 foe TCU.
They're pretty good too, TCU.
Yeah, 2 really good teams. I mean, it's, the women's tournament's very chalky. Hell, the men's tournament this year is also very chalky, but the women every year, like when you get to the second weekend, you're playing nothing but good teams. And yeah, it's legit. Texas is going to have to earn a trip to Tampa Bay by beating 2 elite basketball teams. By the way, Tennessee did not have their coach in the first game. She was birthing a child, Buck.
Ooh.
So I think the maternity
she had that baby on the sideline. Was that baby be with her?
I don't know if the baby is going to be like in a little suit coaching.
Maybe in a little crib by her.
What about like a baby Bjorn with the baby?
Oh, up front, little baby backpack. Nice.
Right there in front with the coach. Now, that would be unique.
That's a deal right there. That's how you show that love. Bring that baby, strap her right to your chest. Let's go.
I feel like Kim Mulkey would do that.
There's no doubt that if she were able to birth a child right now, that child would be on the court. That would be part of her gear.
That child would be yelling at the players.
Too. Yes.
Like a Guinness Book of World Record for the youngest baby to ever speak, and that baby would be dropping expletives left and right at the refs.
Yelling at the ref from a backpack on the back of her, screaming at the ref.
Oh, my God. That baby would have the Kim Mulkey death stare, too. Probably born with it. Look at that. Can you imagine a mini version of that?
Oh, my boy. What a life I could live with a little mini one of those. Look at that.
Oh, yeah. You wish you were the father of said child.
Oh, my God. Look at that.
Look at those moves from Coach Mulkey at LSU.
She's on social media. She's a media queen.
I don't know if she's a media queen, but I think
she does a lot of Facebook and Face Script. You know what I'm saying?
Face Script. Yeah, that's one of the most popular ones these days.
Slapchap.
LSU does play today, by the way. Kim Mulkey at 6:30 tonight against NC State. If you want to watch that game on the women's side in the Sweet 16.
I'm probably going to pass on that. I think I have soccer.
You're going to watch soccer instead?
I will be at a soccer game.
Oh, no.
That's right.
Your grandkids?
Grandkids, yes.
On a Friday night?
Dude, I'm getting all the payback from when I was a coach and I couldn't make the trip to Houston or Dallas or Katy, Texas, or wherever the hell they would play all weekend. This is all the payback now. I don't have any excuse not to be there. I'm home alone. It's Friday night. Yes, I could, can't eat meat, all the things that should take me right to the soccer game. Plus, I like watching my granddaughter play.
That sounds like 3 excuses right there. I'm home alone. It's Friday night, and it's the Lentil season, and I'm giving up kids' sports for Lent.
No.
Why not?
You gotta go.
What a great bit that would be for you parents out there.
Here's what they do. Here's what they do that they didn't do when my kids were growing up. My kids had like soccer halves. These little ones that are 6, 7 years old, they have an hour of play and it's over with. Somebody blows the tweet, and it's over at the hour limit. They don't play this is 8 minutes left running clock in the second half. The little kids don't do it. But I will be attending my first T-ball game. I've never been to a T-ball game tomorrow.
Wow. Oh, tomorrow?
Yeah, Saturday morning, yes. 12:40. How about that time?
This is I know these aren't your kids, but these are products of your kids because they're your grandkids. This is my biggest fear of having a child, and the biggest reason why I don't want to have a child. You've got the Sweet 16 and the Elite Eight on in both tournaments. You've got opening weekend in Major League Baseball. You've got the home stretch of hockey and basketball.
I have
and
Saturday.
your ass is going to be.
You have that Saturday close to the Kentucky Derby where they have some of these great races from, some of these different parks. Yes, 12:40.
Sure. And you're going to be spending your Friday night missing tournament games. By the way, there's another excuse. You're supposed to watch these games for work. You can miss the kids' game because we're not talking about that on the show. But you're missing tonight and you're missing tomorrow afternoon. Come on.
Part of the deal, man. It's
not your kids. You don't have to do it anymore.
No, it's part of the payback for the missing out on my kids deal. I'm not going to have my daughters look at me sideways and go, so what did you have? Your wife's not in town. What is it that you had? Where did you have to go?
I had to work. I talk about sports. I got to watch the games, kid. No, it's built in. It's right there for you. I'm helping you out here.
No, can't. My daughter won't buy that. She didn't buy that as a kid. She's like, what do you mean you got to go coach football?
What do you mean you have to
miss
pay
my
the
soccer
bills?
game because you had to go coach? You had to go coach Ricky Williams? Screw that guy.
What do you mean you got to put food on the table?
No, can't do it. It got to be. And plus, when I said I was going to be there, I'm going to be there.
Well, yeah, that's your mistake, right? Now you're too far in, but you could have said, I can't make it. There's some big basketball games I got to watch, and it's the lentil season. I got to have a filet of fish from McDonald's. You can't ruin that plan.
No, I'm going to have mussels. I'm going to eat mussels and a nice salad tonight. Lots of butter before I go to the game. I have my Academy Sports and Outdoor little chair, my folding chair. How about that? That thing I hate toting around. I look like a goober walking around with that chair, but I got to bring it because I can't sit on the ground, and they don't ever have any chairs to sit on. And and like I said, I've never been to a T-ball game. My son AJ quit playing baseball after he didn't play T-ball. He was at that next level, and it got so boring he was out in the left field sitting on his glove. I'm like, dude, you can't sit on your – hey, no balls ever come out here. He said, this sucks. Baseball sucks. The ball doesn't come out here. So he was the one game he was there sitting on his glove out in the field. I'm like, you can't do that, dude.
There's always that one kid, right? Sitting on his glove, picking the grass, like chasing a bumblebee. That's when you know.
No balls ever come to him. The only time he gets anything is when they warm up in between innings, when a coach would throw a ball from the side and he would miss it and go chase it to the fence, throw it back, and then start sitting on his glove. I thought he was going to be, he could have been a really good baseball player, ended up being a good soccer player. But I thought if he really had some interest in something, baseball would be it. It didn't interest him one bit. Not enough action. So what is T-ball? Does T-ball have action? Do they actually put it on a tee in front of the kid, right?
Yeah. The kid stands in the batter's box. They've got a tee at home plate. They put it on the tee, and they tell the kid to swing, and you hope he hits the ball and starts running the right direction.
Is there any excitement like soccer moms will get after each other, or you just knocked my son over. Look how hard he hit him. I'm going to kill you after the game. Is there anything that goes on in T-ball? No, that's not that.
I would think. I mean, look, the beauty of T-ball versus youth baseball is like the umpires don't call balls and strikes because that's where the parents get ruthless.
You've been an umpire before, right? Did you get?
I did intramural umping, but I never did youth baseball umping because like baseball is the sport I played the most growing up. And like a lot of the umpires were just high school and college kids.
Oh, but they must have taken abuse from parents.
Oh my God. And it's gotten worse over time. I know that it hasn't gotten better, but it's just like parents on like the first pitch of the game. If it's a borderline call and the ump calls it a strike, come on, Blue, get it together.
Oh my God.
It's just like, holy crap. What do you have money on this game?
Dude, I lived with a soccer mom, and then I grew up around, not grew up, but watched the soccer moms for years and years as my kids played, select soccer. They are ruthless.
Ruthless.
And you mean your kid is a kid too. If he bumps into another kid and they go down, it was like, he tried to kill him. He tried to sweep the leg. I'm like, no, he just ran into him. He's a kid too.
It's called a slide tackle, lady.
Oh no, they're not allowed to slide tackle.
Oh,
it could be awful. I was like, oh no.
Dude, that's another element to why youth sports sucks. Is just the parents. The parents are the worst parts. Like the kids are just trying to have a good time out there, and you've got parents acting like this is a matter of life and death.
Yeah, and then of course I threatened my own kids. If I ever caught you out there on the field pretending if you scored, you start acting like an airplane and doing all that stuff. I said, I will come out there and take you right off the field in front of everybody. They never did. When they scored, they would look over and just look at me. They'd run right, find a teammate as quick as they could to jump on the teammate. I told them I told them all, if I ever caught you doing that and you became an individual airplane yourself, I will actually come out of the stands, come onto the field, and bring you back to the stands with me.
What are you, a communist? What? Like, come on.
What?
The No Fun League? Roger
No,
Goodell?
you're not going to do that. No, you're not going to start
celebrate.
that.
You score a goal, you celebrate.
And no, you're not running around.
You got to have a signature move.
What are you, European? What are you, from Europe or something? You don't need to get on your knees. No.
You're the airplane guy. You score like 5 goals. You're going to have all the ladies at school the next day doing the airplane.
No.
What are we doing?
I never had that. I never had to worry about that. They were horrified of going too far. I said, go celebrate with your teammates, jump up and down, jump on each other, tear up a knee or something, but do not airplane or come in knee sliding. I don't want to see any of that stuff.
Oh, what about like a dead fish? The dead fish celebration.
What the hell was that? Just laying on the ground?
You just like jump and flop like you're a dead fish.
No, none of that. You mean like they flop anyway in soccer? No.
What about, they've got the flag, the corner kick flag. You just go up and start pretending to box the flag. That's a good one.
Did not buy into any of that. Never had him do that because Dad, he would be in the stands and he would stand up just waiting for them to do something stupid.
I heard AJ once took off his shirt and ran around swinging it around his head. Is that true?
No, he was good. Even when he was at Maryland, he was very careful. I didn't get to many games, but I guarantee he looked in the stands as if, maybe he snuck in here somehow.
Oh my God. How embarrassing would that be as a college kid? Your dad comes out of the stands
and grabs you by the shirt and starts taking you over.
No. God bless
him. They were pretty good at that. I was always, I liked it for fun for all the kids, all these youth sports stuff. I mean, my daughters could have scored 1,000 goals in a game. My daughter Veronica, she was kind of broad-shouldered, round-shouldered at the time, and she was bigger than a lot of girls. And I said, listen, I know you can score 8 goals, and I love when the parents would say, my daughter scored 12 goals tonight. I'm like, oh yeah, that's great. How about the other players on your team? How did they feel? I bet you they were excited by that. I said, hey, do me a favor, work on your passing. If you score a couple goals, don't score the next one. Work on a pass where another kid can score the goal. I mean, that was just me. I like the underdog stuff,
Yeah, you like the everyone gets a trophy stuff. Hello, you play to win the game.
No, you play to help your team get better.
No, you play to win the game.
Didn't stop me when Howard Griffith scored 8 touchdowns in a game, no. I didn't say anything about that. Like, hey, let's let somebody else score. I'm like, hell no. It's a national record.
We got a record to break here.
We got to break Jim Brown's record. Sorry about that.
Yeah, let's break this woman beater's record here.
Yeah,
we can't let that guy have anything good. That's all right. Well, good luck to you. Soccer tonight and T-ball tomorrow.
Yeah, man.
That's fun. I'm going to be drinking Altstadt beer.
Are you going to have a few Altstats tomorrow?
Yeah.
I'm sitting there with my Olipop, sitting in my academy chair.
Yeah, I do have a wedding this weekend, actually.
Oh, yeah. There's going to be plenty of Altstadt beer there.
There will be plenty of Altstat consumed for me this weekend. And whatever you have going on, whether it's a wedding or youth sports, hey, put it in a Yeti. Get you some Altstadt beer, put it in a Yeti, and then drink it at the stage. Okay.
Yeah, maybe I'll see that little girl from the stadium watching her brother play youth sports, and she'll have her beer with her. She'll have.
Come on. There you go. All right, you're selling me on youth sports a little bit if I can drink like this.
We want her sitting in the stands with her mom and dad down in one of those watching her brother play.
That is an all-timer. Like,
she's getting it. Look at that.
She is downing this beer at DKR.
Come on.
Just going back for seconds and thirds and fourths.
That's just a Pepsi Cola.
No way. That is an ice cold beer right there. Should have been an Altstadt, But the good news is you could drink something. Don't drink what the 4-year-olds drink. Probably go home and drinking breast milk after that. Don't do that. Get you some Altstat beer, the best beer that you could find, whether you're staying home watching the sports or you're hitting the town to enjoy the beautiful weather that we're going to have here in Central Texas and all over the state of Texas. Your good times are made better with Altstat beer. But please wait till you're 21 and drink it responsibly. But when you do drink it, remember to enjoy it a lot, and you will. It's Altstat beer. No impurities, no regrets.
And folks, our good friends over at Leaf Landscape and Supply Services, Monterey Oaks down south and Pond Springs Road up north. This is the weekend, BK. This is the one where you get out in the garden if it's going to rain, and we get done with this rain on Friday, and it's going to be a nice day Saturday. Heck, I can't even get to the garden. I'll be at Little League. I'll be at T-ball. I should be out in the garden. What's going on here? My daughter knows I'm a gardener, but I can't. Leaf Landscape and Supply Services, I'll be grabbing those tomatoes. This weekend is tomato weekend. Time to get them in the ground since we're going to have that warm weather, and the ground is nice and soft. But calling those folks over there, get 10% off of your purchase up to $500 by mentioning Texas Sports Unfiltered. That's all you have to do is mention to them. Go out of the building, get 10% off of all the items there, and they've got it. They've got roses, trees. They have all the flowers. Go ahead and take that chance on putting some of these flowers in. You'll be back. They'll have you coming back again and again and again like I've done. But I love the folks over there. Love Jeff down south and the gang up north. They do a fantastic job. And if you don't want to do it, they'll find a contractor to get it in for you. That's Leaf Landscape and Supply Services, folks.
Yeah, yes, indeed. Love our friends at Leaf Landscape and Supply. Shout out to them. Shout out to Waterloo Printing and Graphics as well. Have the hat within reach.
There you go.
How about a collab here? This is what we love about Texas Sports Unfiltered. We try to bring people together, and we've brought our friends at 34 Wine and Spirits
very nice
together with our friends at Waterloo Printing and Graphics. I've got one of these lids for you. But we always show y'all our TSU lids. Well, this is proof that our friends at Waterloo Printing and Graphics can make anything for your company as well. Hats, shirts, signs, stickers. This is gorgeous. Stitched perfectly. Looks great. Got the trucker snapback look. If you've got a business that needs merch like this, reach out to our buddy Adam and his team at Waterloo Printing and Graphics. His cell number, 512-300-9641. Call him or text him, and he will get you what you need very, very quickly.
And, of course, 34 Wine and Spirits right there, 4601 Southwest Parkway for all your alcohol needs. Believe me, they're loading up for, getting ready for the Final Four. And if you have to have a big company party, call on these dudes. They've been all over. They are all over, as a matter of fact. Travis, this area, the whole Central Texas area, they're getting everywhere now, BK. They are on the move. And I see those Altstat trucks rolling into their place at 4601 Southwest Parkway. And you can roll in there and pick up all your alcohol items for the weekend coming up starting today.
Yes, indeed. Love 34 Wine and Spirits. All right, Buck, start spreading the news. Your Yankees are 1-0.
Yes, that was boy, there's a lot of new Yankees. Cody Bellinger, is that the Bellinger that was with, is he come from Chicago?
Yeah, Cody
was
Bellinger.
Was he at one time with the Dodgers?
Yeah, was with the Dodgers for a long time.
Is he an old guy? He looks like a young guy. Yeah. Not an old dude, is he?
No, I'd say he's early 30s.
Huh.
Yeah, he's been around the league for a while. He was on that COVID World Series Dodgers team back in 2020. And, yeah, he was most recently with the Chicago Cubs. But he's still got
new faces there.
Yeah, he's got a few years left in him. Yeah, nice win for your Yankees.
There, that's cool.
Goldschmidt's there. Devin Williams, the new closer, almost blew it yesterday. That's the guy that the Yankees changed the facial hair rule for.
Right.
Devin Williams, right? They wanted to go out and get this big name closer, and Devin Williams was like, well, I might not sign here long term if I can't keep my beard. And all right, Steinbrenner's like, finally, you can have some facial hair as long as it's well kept, but you can have some facial hair now. He almost blew a save, and I'm wondering, oh my God, if Devin Williams loses this game for the Yankees in his debut, is Steinbrenner going to be like, you know what? We're getting rid of this facial hair rule, actually, so you got to shave that thing. You're not good enough for this.
It looks like the makings of a pretty good team, too, and the pitching staff. The lefty was good again yesterday. He's been good.
Yeah, Rodon is a stud. The problem with the Yankees is they're just banged up. Obviously, Garrett Cole's out for the season. Louis Gill, who came on strong as a rookie pitcher a season ago, he's out. for most of the season. I think the Yankees are down another starter as well.
Stanton out again, too, as usual.
Stanton is out right now.
How can that guy be hurt all the time? I get after your guy, the pitcher with the Rangers who came from the Mets, but this guy, Stanton, it's the beginning of the season, dude. Come on. You had all kinds of time to heal up from last season. What did you do? Hurt yourself at spring training? Would you trip over a bottle cap or something? Why is he always hurt? I always thought that maybe he was too muscular. Maybe that's it. I don't know what it is, but even if he wasn't, if he was too skinny, he would be hurt.
He gets hurt a lot.
Yes.
He's a great player, one of the most feared hitters in baseball, but yeah, he does spend a lot of time in street clothes.
Man.
Yeah. Good opening day for the Houston Astros. They take down the New York Mets 3-1 at the new Daikin Park in Houston. Juan Soto had a chance.
I saw that.
3-1 ball game, top of the ninth inning. The Mets have 2 men on with 2 outs. Josh Hader on the mound, struggling a little bit. Already had given up a run, still in trouble. And Juan Soto chases a nasty
chased
slider.
A slider that slid almost to freaking third base.
Yeah, it was a bad chase and an ugly-looking swing. And what an opportunity that was for Juan Soto to ingratiate himself with the Metropolitans fans on day one of that $760 million contract. Instead, strikeout swinging, ball game over.
Yeah. He did drive in their first run, I believe.
Yeah, he did. No, he did have a hit.
Yeah, he just had a hit. He didn't drive in the first run for him.
No, because the first run came in the ninth. The Astros pitching staff was electric.
Okay.
It was really Framber Valdez, who looked every bit like Framber Valdez. 7 scoreless innings, gave up just 4 hits, only walked 2, needed just 90 pitches to get through 7. He was in midseason form, and that guy's one of the favorites to win the American League Cy Young for a reason. He is a monster and a true bona fide ace, and he has been for years now. But yeah, no, it took until the 9th inning for the Mets to do anything offensively. The Astros offense didn't do a ton, but they didn't need to. 2 of the Stros 3 runs came on ground outs. So they just manufactured runs, no homers, no huge hits, nothing like that. It was a pitcher's duel for the most part last night. And the Astros pitchers outshined the Mets pitcher. So a good start for the Stros on day 1. 2 more games in that series. Not a good start for the Rangers, but felt like a continuation of 2024 for the Texas Rangers. And what I mean by that is the bullpen blew another game.
Yes.
It was the biggest problem for Texas last year. And they went out and got 6 new relievers. It's like they knew they sucked. So it's like, okay, we got to switch something up. Let's totally revamp this pen. And one of the new guys they brought in, Luke Jackson, who was actually a Ranger way back in the day and came back after he was reacquired in the offseason. He gives up a 3-run bomb to Wilyer Abreu, who hit 2 bombs last night for the Sox. And it turned a 2-2 game into a 5-2 game. And that was.
Now you got your World's Championship out of your coach, Jim Croce. Is that his name?
Not Jim Croce or Gross.
Not Jim Croce, the singer. No,
not Jim. Is that how it's pronounced? Croce?
Yeah.
Oh, I always thought it was just Croce. I didn't realize it was Croce.
Yeah, he's got your 1 championship. He can move along.
It'll say that like that's Bruce Bochy won 3 in 6 years with the Giants, so he's not a 1 championship guy. He's a 3 guy.
No. Oh, so this is
he's an every other year guy. So he won it 2 years.
This is the year.
It's got to be the year. That's how it worked with the Giants.
Okay.
All right. He won it in 2010, 2012, and 2014. So that means, every other year. He's going to do it with the Rangers every other year. I
love your excitement this year.
It was the even year Giants. It'll be the odd year Rangers.
Nice.
No, I don't think that's going to happen. I did pick the Astros to win the division yesterday.
Yes, you did.
So I'm still going with Houston. Look, there's 161 more of these. I think the Rangers will be good. I think they are a playoff team this year, but I don't think they are a World Series contender because that bullpen scares the crap out of me, and I'm still terrified that a bunch of people are going to get hurt. Nathan Eovaldi looked great for the Rangers. That's the good news. But again, the bullpen just didn't get the job done. Jack Leiter, the former number 2 overall pick, the Vanderbilt Commodore, the son of the great Al Leiter, will start tonight for the Rangers.
Very nice.
In Arlington. Dodgers raised the banner. They beat the Tigers. Shohei Ohtani went deep. They're really good.
They got a lot of players.
That's your last baseball. Yeah, I mean, it's just it's unfair. Oh, and Blake Snell. They got Blake Snell this offseason. I'm not sure if you remember that. Just go out and get that.
Yeah, when did they get the kid Paul Skeens? When does he leave Pittsburgh? Is he gone yet to Los Angeles?
He probably will be there in, 3 years, 4 years?
Think so. Probably 3 or 4.
Maybe we won't have to wait that long. If the Pirates are really bad, they'll just trade Paul Skeens.
Yeah, it won't be that long. They're that bad. And they're setting that up for him to be gone and them to get about 8 players for.
That's a huge problem.
And he'll be in Los Angeles.
It's just a problem with Major League Baseball. It feels like there are 12 to 15 teams that are actually trying to win a championship.
Yep.
And the rest of the league, it's just like, these owners want to run a business that makes money, and that's all they care about. So, thankfully the Rangers and Astros are 2 of those teams. Astros fans, I think, would argue a little bit against that because Jim Crane hasn't spent as much, and he's let a lot of really talented players go. But
they still find a way to win.
Yeah, they're still spending enough to where, like, I think they're legit about winning or at least competing in Houston. But Pittsburgh is, long been regarded as
that guy's their only draw. That's their draw right there. Is that dude? They get rid of him, and they got nothing. They got nobody coming to the games.
Yeah, I mean, they got a couple of other good players, but Paul Skeens is one of the best in the game, and yeah, I mean, it's annoying. It's got to be annoying.
He's going to want to win a championship. He's not going to want to just pick up a bunch of money.
Well,
as good as he is, he can always get money. It doesn't matter where he goes. Money's going to be there, but eventually he's going to want to be, and he can be a Cy Young. He can be everything there.
That's the problem. That's the problem with the Pirates is that's a guy you should spend money to keep.
Right.
But they're not going to because they don't spend money on anybody. So, Paul Skeens could go anywhere and make a lot of money, and he could help somebody compete for a championship. But there are certain teams that are just never going to have a shot at Paul Skeens. The only reason the Pirates have him is because they drafted him.
Right.
You don't have to pay a lot of guys out of the draft.
Eventually, he's not going to. We are family. He doesn't want to just be in Pittsburgh.
No, they're going to offer him like $100 million, and he's going to be like, I'm going to go get $400 million somewhere else.
Right.
Like, nobody would take $300 million less to stay anywhere. To hell with loyalty.
No,
you got to pay the guy. He's got to earn it. So enjoy him while you have him, Pirates fans.
That's right. Nobody's taking $300 million less to stay anywhere. You're right.
The biggest problem with baseball isn't the Dodgers spending too much. It's too many teams not spending enough.
Right.
You need a salary floor more than you need a salary cap. And it's brutal to be a fan of one of these teams that just won't ever try to win. So sucks. The Rangers were like that for a while, and then they got new ownership, and now they're spinning, and it's great. So much more fun to be a fan of a team with a chance than a team without one. By the way, MLB.TV didn't work yesterday. I always complain about Major League Baseball making it so hard for Major League Baseball fans to watch Major League Baseball.
What did they do yesterday?
This big service that they have that allows you to watch out-of-market games, or for people, it's like if you don't live in Houston and you want to watch the Astros, you buy this service that gives you access to the Astros games and every other team's games as well. And you could watch. Well, if you tried to watch any game on MLB TV yesterday, you got an error message that said, "We had some trouble loading the game. Please try again later."
Oh.
You know what was working for MLB TV? Their payment system, because my credit card got charged yesterday.
Oh, not a problem with that, though, huh?
No problem with the credit card processor.
You mean they're not going to come back and give you a game, a freebie? No?
They'll say, here, we'll send you some Cracker Jacks.
Wow.
And you'll like it.
That seems to be that's shady.
Oh, apparently it was supposed to be free too for opening weekend.
Really? Oh,
this was like, hey, go check out our product. It's great. You're gonna love it, and you're gonna spend money on it because it's gonna work so well. And then, nope.
Oh, they don't feel bad. It was free. They're just gonna lose. They're gonna lose a crap load of money because nobody's gonna get it.
Right. Yeah, I already paid. I pay for the season long thing, and now I got to pay more for the Rangers too. I thought I had the right app to watch the Rangers, but apparently you need the app and you have to pay $100 to watch the Rangers play baseball this year.
Man.
And because I live in Texas, I can't use the MLB app that I was talking about to watch the Rangers because it's blacked out like I will be tomorrow night. It's very like
I mean, is this a one game? Is this a one game problem that they had? Maybe that's all there is to it, or is this
one day? I don't. It was all the games. That's the problem. It wasn't just like one game wasn't working. It was any game.
All the games.
Yeah, opening day. Like the
Sorry.
best day of the year for baseball fans, and it's you want to watch your favorite team play? Can't do it here.
Man,
can't say it here. A mess. So baseball just can't get out of its own way from a marketing standpoint, and that's why the game is not growing at all. Good job, Gaptooth, idiot. God, hate that guy. All right, we'll take your thoughts. Go to text line 512-222-9328. YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Twitch live chats are rocking and rolling as well. We got to see what the Buck has in terms of Gold Star locks for tonight's game. Real quick, though, Texas baseball back in action tonight. The Longhorns on the road taking on Mizzou. Buck, the Horns are tied for first place in the SEC at 5-1. Mizzou is tied for last place in the SEC at 0-6.
No slip-ups tonight.
Can't have it?
No. This is, once again, not going to – you lose a game, that's the way it goes, but can't lose a series to them.
Yeah. You'd like to do what LSU and Ole Miss did to Mizzou, and that's win all three, but we do not complain about series wins on this show. So, yeah, if you go take 2 of 3, then that's fine. That's still a road series in the SEC. You can live with that. But, yeah, losing – like it's just one weekend, and there's a ton of baseball left after this weekend, but you're trying to win the SEC. It's going to be tough to win this league with all of the tougher opponents you have ahead of you.
Absolutely, like every other one's from this point on.
Yeah, I mean, you've got top 5 Georgia coming to town next weekend. That's one of the teams you're tied with for first in the league. Like, you lose 2 of 3 to Mizzou, and then it's like, oh, shoot, you've got them dogs coming here. Yep. And we know how it works when Texas plays Georgia in insert sport here.
Wow.
So I'm feeling bad about, I don't know a ton about Georgia baseball, but just because they've got that Green Bay Packers ass logo, I'm worried about them.
That stupid bulldog.
That stupid bulldog who's too scared to show up to any of the games.
Yeah. Oh, there's no space. We can't have.
You're sorry. There's space for him. There's no space for Bevo there.
No space for Bevo.
Too scared for the Longhorn to show up.
Quit having those damn games in Atlanta. Quit having home games have some real neutral site.
Be nice.
Go play in Charlotte or something.
Hey, bring Uga here. How about fire the cannon? See how Uga reacts to that. Smokey gets shot off in left field.
Get the big drum banging around that dog. See how that works out.
Yeah, that's soft. I thought Bulldogs were supposed to be hard and tough, but not that one.
No.
But anyways, yeah, case in point, you've got some better teams coming up after this weekend, so you would like to take at least 2 of 3. And Missouri has actually won 5 in a row against Texas, but that dates all the way back to when these two teams were in the Big 12. The last meeting was in 2023 in one of those early season showcases in Arlington that Texas sucked at under David Pierce. But yeah, we'll see if the Longhorns can knock off some rust against Mizzou. Texas, one of the best teams in America. The pitching staff has been great. We'll see if Jared Spencer can bounce back from his worst start of the year last Friday against LSU. Hopefully Luke Harrison can do more of his thing. And yeah, I mean, Mizzou is 0-6, Buck. Only one of their 6 SEC losses has been by fewer than 3 runs.
Oh.
So like they've been kind of non-competitive. Now LSU and Ole Miss are good teams, but they've been again, pretty non-existent so far.
No, you need to get 2 of 3 of these games.
Yes,
and you need to win them. They shouldn't be nail biters either.
Yeah. This should
be. Your dad's birthday today?
It is. Yeah, I was waiting until one of them commented, so I didn't say it before they were awake. But happy birthday to Papa K.
Way to go!
I won't share his age, but celebrating.
He's there.
He's there celebrating a birthday today. Young at heart, for sure.
Absolutely. Congratulations. Happy birthday
Yeah, happy
to your
birthday. Love
dad.
you, Pops. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Another year wiser, at least in
So,
his
and,
eyes.
somebody said, why wouldn't Major League Baseball, they had all training season. Why wouldn't you use your network and fix the crap then? Why wouldn't you do it then? Give the
Um,
viewer something to see then and say, I mean, don't you generally test drive this kind of stuff? I mean, you should probably.
you should. I guess they did. I would think they did, but
Right.
you don't get the type of volume.
Right. You're right than you would on opening day.
That's probably it. They just whatever their bandwidth wasn't enough to handle the
Oh, they must use
tens.
your spectrum again.
They were probably trying to use my rectum. Don't
Yeah.
use my
And
rectum.
don't use your rectum.
Only I'm allowed to use my rectum. Nobody
Yeah,
else
maybe they
used that.
did. Yeah, I would think they would test drive that stuff. They're
But
not gonna,
it is Major League Baseball we're talking about. So there's a greater than 0% chance, as I stutter like a DJ there, a greater than 0% chance that they just didn't even try anything before the season started. So what a
yeah,
mess.
how is spring football going along? How are we hearing everybody's still healthy, nobody's banged up, nobody's tweaked anything. They're just moving right along, huh?
Moving right along, just a couple of
Good.
practices in to this point in week one. The big Texas football story. I mean, it's a huge recruiting weekend for Texas. It's the biggest recruiting event that they've had since the junior day back in late
Ooh,
January. So it's been 2 months, but Texas is having a bunch of top targets for the classes of 2026, 2027, and 2028 on
wow.
campus. That stuff started yesterday. So a lot of guys are already here, but more will be coming in today. More will be coming in tomorrow. You've got, some big dogs from in the state, from outside of the state. Definitely tune into the Lone Star Playbook
Oh, and it
today.
should be beautiful weather too, coming up this weekend for them if they're in town.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, some huge, huge names. Jordan Scruggs will be all over it. Chip Brown will be talking about it as well in the afternoon. But the number one tight end, I think like 2 or 3 of the top tight ends in this recruiting class are coming in. The number 2 running back, Xavier Crowell from the state of Alabama, who's the guy that was very high on Texas. When Tashard Choice left for the Lions, he tweeted out, he's like, I'm no longer visiting Texas. I'm done with them. And then Chad Scott, the new running backs coach, reached out, apparently smoothed over the relationship. So now Crowell is here this weekend and will be taking an official visit this summer. So
Oh,
the
great.
Longhorns seemingly back in his good graces. The problem with Crowell is, well, he's from Alabama.
Yes.
So you've got to recruit against, Alabama. Hey, Texas just went into Georgia and got Justice Terry. So maybe they could go into another SEC state and steal another big time kid. But Alabama is obviously the team that Texas is
Well, yeah,
recruiting
generally you don't get to
against
steal
there.
one of their running backs out of that state.
Doesn't happen very often. No.
No.
And it is Texas Relays this weekend, as Steven notes. So a lot of the in state targets are track stars in high school. So they'll be here more for that. But hey, come have a cup of coffee while you're here.
No kidding. Wow, that's exciting.
Yeah, and then you've got a great edge rusher from California in town. You've got, I mentioned, the number 1 tight end, Mark Bowman, who's so good, Buck. He reclassified from 2027 to 2026. And usually when you do that, it lowers you on the recruiting rankings, right? Because you're skipping a grade. And
Right.
you're going up against guys a year older than you. So, yeah, needless to say, you might lose a few spots in terms of rankings. And Mark Bowman went from the number 1 tight end in the class to the number 1 tight end in the class, even though he's in a different class.
Man.
This guy is getting Brock Bowers comparisons. He's 6'4", I think like 230, 240. And he's from Mater Dei High School in California, which Texas has a couple of Mater Dei Monarchs on the roster right now
Cool.
already. So maybe that helps with the recruitment of Mark Bowman. But he's a guy that's here this weekend. Booby Feaster. How's that for a nickname?
Yeah.
Booby.
Nice.
I wish I had that one. How do
So
you
that
get the
tight end is
nickname?
being recruited by everybody, Ohio
Oh,
State.
all of these guys are. I mean, the tight end is offers from SC and Bama and Georgia. Look, it's so early in the recruiting process. I don't think any of these dudes are going to commit this weekend.
And he's
But
in the what's he? Is he 26?
Yeah, he reclassified to 26. He's got official visits set for Texas, Bama, Georgia, USC, and Oregon.
No Ohio State on his list, huh?
No, you only get 5. Maybe he'll take a couple of or an unofficial visit up there, but no Buckeyes on
Yeah,
the
there's
OV
always that
list.
unofficial, but the ones that matter are those official visits.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, those are coming up this summer for most of these guys. So, yeah, big recruiting weekend on the 40 acres, and big opportunities for Chad Scott, the new running backs coach, Mark Orfe, obviously Dwayne Akina back. But I also think of a guy like Alan Clark, who is the new assistant defensive line coach at Texas. He was brought in to coach edge rushers. Like, because he's not a true position coach, he can't go anywhere to
No,
recruit. But obviously, if the guys come here, he
I'll
can
get a chance
recruit
to
them.
meet him. You're right.
So you've got, I think David Wesley or Richard Wesley is the name of, is a top 100 edge rusher, also from the state of California. Like, he'll be in town. This is kind of the first big test. Again, super early. We're still more than 8 months away from early signing day, but we'll see what some of these new coaches on the staff can do in terms of recruiting.
Yeah, if you can get the guy from Alabama on your campus, then you got a shot. You get a running back on. There's a lot of running back deals to talk to them about coming to Texas or just coming to visit. Once again, can't get them if they don't come to your campus.
Right.
You don't have a chance. So
it's a great running back class too. And I think 3 of the top 4, maybe it's 4 of the top 5 running backs are Texas kids. So Crowell is not one. Again, he's from Alabama. But you've got a few big names, including KJ Edwards from Carthage. That's the name that a lot of Longhorn fans have been paying attention to, and Texas has been going after pretty hard. But yeah, you've got some top flight tailback talents in state this year. So you'd like to land 2 of those cats.
Oh, heck yeah.
That's a big opportunity. Jason Witten's son will be here too, according to Patrick.
Very nice.
Jason Witten already has a son who's
college age, about to be college age.
That makes me feel old.
There you go.
Makes me feel really old. Jason Witten. Oh my God. I feel like that guy retired last week.
Or still kept on trying to play for sure.
Thankfully, he is not in the booth anymore. That was not a great experiment. Remember that? Jason Witten on Monday Night Football for a year?
Oh, yeah.
With the Boogermobile and Joe Tessitore doing play-by-play.
Oh, my God.
We've come a long way. Thank you, Joe and Troy, for leaving Fox for ESPN and making Monday Night Football great again.
Wow, you're right.
It was a disaster. All right, we'll take your thoughts. Dakota text line 512-222-9328. We'll see if the Buck has any gold star locks for tonight's NCAA tournament action. We'll talk more about that in a second. We still have our DFW airport video to show the people.
I got to see that.
Potential rule change.
You say that's the best of all time?
I said craziest of all time.
Craziest?
It's up to your interpretation on if it's the best of all time. Some people might think it is, but I don't know if we've ever seen anything like this. And I cut the sound out because the sound's obnoxious and it wouldn't be entertaining to listen to. But I would encourage people after we show the video to just go maybe listen to it with sound, because there's a lot of yelling and screaming going on. That's just like, you don't want to hear that. But it does add a different element to the video we'll show here in a few moments. But
I'll tell you what's legit is Sue Patrick, folks. Our good friends over at Sue Patrick since 1975. That incredible selection of Longhorn apparel, collectibles, accessories. And they've got tons of those Texas-themed gifts and items just for you. All kinds of polos, men's and women's clothing, shirts and skirts over at Sue Patrick's, 5222 Burnett Road. Free shipping on online orders over $49. Of course, free curbside pickup and tons of space, tons of parking when you go over to the store at 5222 Burnett Road. And as Jay said, that sounds like Admiral McCraven will be coming out with a new book in April. And of course, I'll get that I'll get to reading that immediately after I read the last one that I still have to read. I was
going to say, you got to finish the third one before you get the fourth, no?
I'm good on a flight. As soon as I get on a flight, I got that one done. That's a done deal. I'll get that done on a flight so that the person who's elbowing me next to me or doesn't want to talk about life. That's, I'll talk at a urinal, but I don't want to talk on a plane. How about that? That's kind of strange, isn't it? I'll have my conversation, the guy next to me, and ask him how his day is going, but I don't want to talk to somebody on a plane.
I don't think that's that strange. Now, I'm not a urinal talker. I'd prefer you not talk to me when I'm doing my business. But
Seriously?
a
Just
leak,
like, hey, how's your day? How's your day going this morning? I mean, you're nice and loose and you're peeing and somebody's trying to hold a conversation. You don't want to hold that conversation with them?
no, I'm good on that.
Well, I'm not saying I'm a toe tapper in the stall. It's just that if I'm
Don't tell me how nice my watch is while I'm taking a leak. I
Oh, we
appreciate
love
you looking, but I don't, you don't need to be doing that.
All right. Sue Patrick. Love Sue Patrick. SuePatrick.com for more information, folks.
Yes, indeed. McCall Custom Homes. You want to renovate your home this year, or maybe you just want to custom build a home. Our friends at McCall can help you out because they've been helping out Central Texans for 40 years. That's right. Custom home builders and renovators here in Central Texas. If you want to remodel a kitchen, a bathroom, maybe add some life to your outdoor space, maybe you've got a growing family and you need to convert one room into another room, or you need to add a second story to your current abode. Our friends at McCall Custom Homes can do all of those things and then some. And right now, they are hooking you up with a free estimate. So there's really no risk. If you're just thinking about this and you want to see what McCall Custom Homes can do for you, just reach out to them. They will come to your place, give you a free estimate, let you know what you can and can't do, and then you can make your decision from there. Our guy Rodney Rodriguez is getting one of his bathrooms redone by McCall Custom Homes.
And Ronnie Rodriguez too.
And Ronnie as well, his evil twin. They got both. Doesn't matter, but we trust them. We love these guys. Big Longhorn fans, big TSU supporters. They will take care of you. McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com is the website. Again, McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com, or you can reach out to Mike McCall himself, 512-633-9580. He just had a kid, so he might need a break. Just call him up, talk some Texas football so he can stop dealing with that newborn baby that he and the lady just had.
Yeah, get ready for those T-ball games, those soccer games, the never-ending soccer season that never ends. That's what I call soccer. It never ends. Get ready, Mike. Years and years and years and years and years. And even when they go away, they bring their others back for more.
Oh,
you're going to enjoy that. I can't wait when you have to go to a daggum select soccer game, and you're going to be like, oh, I'm supposed to be working. No, I can't. I got to go to this soccer game. Mama says I have to be there. There's no reason for you to watch this game. You get to the soccer game.
Hey, babysitter, you got this one, right?
Report to me what happened at the soccer game.
Hey, wife, you got this one, right?
No.
I'll get the next one. Don't worry. I'll go to the next one.
No. Can't get the next one. You got to have that one. That one's the most important one. The one that you miss is the most important one. Believe me, later on down the line.
Why is that? They'll play another one.
No, they do remember, by the way.
Not for the first few years.
They remember. No, they remember. They
won't remember if you miss one.
Well, no, they're not going to remember if you miss one. But your intentions are it's not going to be just one. What are you kidding me?
Hey, kid, your Uber's out front. Take your Uber to the game. I'll see you after.
That is awesome.
Call me when it's done. I'll get you an Uber for the way back.
I wonder if anybody's ever done that. Ubered their kid I can't make it. The Uber will take you. They'll pick you up also.
That's against the law, I would think.
I don't think you can put an 8-year-old in an Uber and send him off.
You can carpool it and get some other parent to pick up the kid. And hey,
that always works.
I'll do the next one and then never do the next one. But no, I don't think you can call up a little Waymo.
No, that's using the fake dad from down the road. Then that guy ends up having coffee with your wife when you're not at home, which you're not. Hey, what's that all about? Oh, I was just coming back to make plans on picking your son up to take him to practice. Yeah, sure you were.
It's all right. You were with the babysitter, so you can't get too mad.
CB knows I used to have the meat man that used to show up at my house.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, the meat man. The guy used to sell meat like on a little bicycle with a little cart on the back. Like, what the hell is that guy doing in the neighborhood? And I decided to come home for lunch, and that guy, all the good stuff is out. He's having coffee, and the good china is out. You know what I mean? I'm drinking from some nasty mug. This dude's got the good stuff out. My wife has got the meat man over. She's buying. We don't even eat that much meat.
She
Or
may have
maybe,
been.
yeah, no kidding.
Mm.
I
Oh, no.
love.
You came home from work early and the meat man was giving meat to your wife?
No, he wasn't giving meat. He was selling her. I mean, we had a freezer filled with stuff that who the hell eats all this stuff? I don't eat all this bacon and all these steaks. How did that guy sell you all that? Oh, I see. You had like 6 cups of coffee with this dude. Shouldn't he be on his way next door after 45 minutes? Shouldn't you just say, no, we don't need it? Why does he need coffee?
There's another wife he was giving his meat to, huh?
Oh, he had to make the rounds. That's for sure.
Going
Love it.
around the neighborhood. That's
Oh,
fantastic.
that's true. That guy came in a truck and had a little sign about his business on the truck, and that guy would peddle meat in the Circle C.
All you have to do is pay me $20 and I will give you my meat.
I've never seen. My wife bought more of that stuff. I'm like, we don't eat this stuff. Was here. This stuff was here 3 years ago. Why do we still have? Why are you still buying meat from this guy? Or are you getting free meat?
Yeah, that guy was over it a lot, it sounds like.
Yeah, no, I saw him twice.
You didn't see him how many times?
That's the thing. Yeah, how many times did I not see him?
Sorry to plant that thought in your head there.
That's awful.
Oh, my God. All right. Do you have any picks for these games tonight? Quick recap.
Give me a recap.
You were even money on your Gold Star locks last night. You did go 2-1, but the problem was you got your 2 5,000 unit plays right. You missed your 10,000 unit play with the Dukies minus 9.5. But despite not going up, you're still up 45,000 units on the tournament, and you are, I believe, 8-2 on picking games for the people. So we've got 4 more games tonight in the Sweet 16. We'll go in chronological order. I'll give you the game and I'll give you the line. We've got Chris Beard and Ole Miss taking on Tom Izzo and Michigan State. Michigan State is a 3.5-point favorite there. You've got Kentucky and Tennessee, SEC rivalry renewed. Tennessee a 4.5-point favorite in that
Tennessee
one.
for 10,000 units.
Tennessee, who lost twice to Kentucky in the regular season.
Yes.
You're going with the theory that it's too hard to beat a team 3 times in 1 year?
Yeah, I'll take 10,000 units on Tennessee. And you know what? I'll take a $5,000 flyer, 5,000 unit play on Mississippi.
Okay.
Ole Miss.
You going outright dog here?
All right, dog, yes.
Or you just think they keep it close? All right, wrong team favored. I like it. All right. And then your 2 night games, you get 2 more 1 seeds in action. It'll be number 5, Michigan, taking on Auburn. The Tigers a 9.5-point favorite. And then you get.
Boy, that's a steep line, isn't it?
It is a pretty steep line. Yeah. And Auburn had a rough end of the year. They did look really good against Creighton in the second half of their round of 32 matchups. Maybe they figured some things back out.
I'd like to do something, but I like the 2 Michigan bigs, but I don't know about the guard play from Michigan.
I'm seeing 8.5 on that now. It just changed. So people agree with you because some day of money has come in on the Wolverines.
All right, I'll take Auburn for 5,000 unit. Just because it means more.
That 1 point was enough to change your mind.
Yeah, I mean, because it means more, yes.
Okay, Auburn minus 8.5 for 5,000 units. And last but not least, the Houston Cougars taking on the Purdue Boilermakers. The problem with this game for Houston, it's in Indianapolis. Purdue is in the state of Indiana. Oh, by the way, if Tennessee wins or Kentucky, both of those states are close to Indianapolis. So Houston's going to be outnumbered from a crowd standpoint. And they got some tough teams, but also a tough atmosphere if they want to get back to a Final Four. But 8.5, the Cougs are favored despite all of that against Boiler Up.
I'll take the Cougs for a 5,000 unit play.
So you're going all 4 of these games tonight.
Yes, I'll take the Cougs.
Giving the people what they want. All right. Houston minus 8.5. So 3 favorites and a dog. You're going with the SEC dog. That worked for you yesterday, taking Arkansas plus the 5.5. Boy, it could have been. I mean, the SEC could still get 5 teams in the Elite 8.
Yeah.
If Arkansas won last night, it could have been 6.
You're talking about really blowing it. 16-point lead in the second half. How did Calipari, how did they do that?
Well, they tried to go Tom Brady and take the air out of the ball.
Wow.
That's what they did, and they just dumb plays. There was a very questionable call. Look, you don't blame one call when you blow a lead like that. It takes a village to lose a game, but there was a jump ball call. Arkansas was up by 6 with like a minute left, and Arkansas got a rebound, and a Texas Tech player had his hands on the ball for, 0.3 seconds. It's supposed to be like 2 or 3 full seconds before you call a jump. And like the Arkansas player quickly ripped it away. It should have been Arkansas ball up by 6 with a minute left. Instead, they call a jump. Tech's got possession. They get it back. They make a 3.
Yes.
And it's a 1-possession game just like that. So again, like Hawks fans, if you're blaming the refs, sorry, you don't get to do that because you choked enough.
Because your guy's weak and can't hold on to the ball.
But that was a dog shit call right there. When that happened, I'm like, oh my God, Tech might actually do this. It's like they're making the breaks, and now they're getting the breaks, and they might get it done. And sure enough, they did.
So who are they in line to play now?
Tech will play Florida tomorrow. You can give some plays on that because we already have lines for those Elite Eight games.
That is going to be a 20,000 unit play on Florida.
Do you even know what the line is?
Dude, if the line is 9 or less, 9?
No, I'm kidding. It's not 15. It's 6.5.
Okay, I'll take Florida big time.
20,000 units.
That's the play of the weekend right there.
Okay. What about the Duke-Bama game? That's also 6.5. Anything for that game?
No, Duke is Duke.
That is a statement of fact.
Could
you go 6 for 6? We also have the women's tournament if you'd like to put some units on those games.
No.
You're Title IX guy. What's the deal?
No, I don't bet on
You have to have as many units on the women's tourney as you do on the men's.
I don't bet on female sports unless it's the track.
I do female youth sports is where I do most of my betting.
Oh, that's scary. That's scary. I'll take Roll Tide.
Plus 6.5.
Yes.
How many units for that?
5.
5,000 on Bama. Okay. Oh my God. Giving the people what they want.
Giving
6
these
plays.
dogs. Can they possibly be? Can they be that hot?
Yeah.
They better hit those threes because they won't get the rebounds from Duke.
No, they're not going to score 113 points again tomorrow. They're not going to
get 113 scored on them.
It's 2 great offenses, man. I mean, it could very well be a 98-95 type of game. Sure. I hope it is. That's what everybody wants, right? I mean, these are 2 elite offenses and some of the best players in the country on both sides. And it's 2 teams. I mean, Duke was number 1 for a lot of the year. Bama was number 1 at one point this year. So these are 2 legit national title contenders. It's going to feel like a Final Four game.
Those dudes are just, they can't wait to play Duke. The Bama kids, they can't wait to fire those balls up.
That atmosphere too. Like there was a difference last night because Newark, you had Duke, you had Bama, you had BYU, which has a big fan base, even though they're on the other side of the country, a lot of BYU fans, and you had Arizona, which is another big blue blood style fan base. Like that atmosphere at those games was nuts. The San Francisco or the other games were like not a lot of Florida or Texas Tech or Arkansas fans were making the trip for that one. So the atmosphere tomorrow night, the point I'm making for Duke, Alabama is going to be nuts.
Oh, yeah.
That'll be fun to watch right there. Should be a fun day today, man. Can Chris Beard do it again? And how many Texas fans are going to bitch if Ole Miss beats Michigan State today? We've seen enough already with Ole Miss winning 2 tournament games. If they win a 3rd and get to the Elite 8, it's going to sting even more. I think I like Ole Miss in this one too.
Yes.
I've never been super bought in on Michigan State this year.
And they've had an Izzo once again at the end of the season, BK. This guy has got his team playing really good basketball, as he always does.
This is his tournament, right? I mean, he hasn't been to a Final Four since 2019, but he is the best March coach who's still coaching and one of the best March coaches of all time. I did give that stat before the tournament started. It already got to St. John's. There's never been a team that has started the year unranked in the preseason poll that made it to the Final Four. Michigan State and St. John's, start of the year unranked, was a top 2 seed and then made it to the Final Four.
Yep.
Michigan State and St. John's fit that bill. St. John's already lost. Now Michigan State can win this game and lose to Auburn on Saturday. But I'm not going against history here. I don't think Sparty's winning 2 more of these games here.
Mm-mm.
They struggle with New Mexico. I think the way Ole Miss is playing right now, and they almost force you to play small with what they do. It'll be interesting because Michigan State's a great rebounding team, so it'll be a test for Ole Miss.
They're dogs on the boards.
Yeah, they do play small, but Michigan State's a big pick and roll heavy offense. Ole Miss has a bunch of different pick and roll coverages that they're going to use. It's going to be ugly. We talk about, Bama and Duke being 100 to 99. This one could be in the 60s,
70s.
Yeah, it'll be fun. And then, Michigan Auburn. I'm excited to see that game too. Michigan's been a great story. They've been one of the hottest teams in America, winning the Big Ten tournament. And then Kentucky, Tennessee, I think is your game of the night.
Oh, yeah.
Again, huge rivalry. Kentucky beat Tennessee twice this year in the regular season, but Tennessee's still a 4.5-point favorite. Can the Wildcats find a way to get it done, or will Rick Barnes inch Tennessee closer to his first Final Four since 2003? And the Vols have never been to a Final Four before.
That is weird.
So we'll see if they can get it done, but it's going to be a good night and a good weekend for men's college hoops. By the way, the SEC, Buck, already 2 teams in the Elite 8. They are guaranteed a third because Kentucky and Tennessee play, so one of them has to win. It could be 5 of the Elite 8. If Auburn and Ole Miss also win, more than 50% of the final 8 will be represented by the SEC. So what are we supposed to do? Do we cheer for that? Are we happy about that?
I am.
We're SEC guys now?
Yeah. I mean, I'm happy for that. I mean, those are good teams. And those are teams that we got a chance to watch this year, and they got a bunch of them. You didn't know if they would still be hanging around this time of the year. They're here when it matters because it just means more.
Are you rooting for Chris Beard then?
I'm rooting for him to win that game. Yeah.
Okay. That's where I think you'll lose a lot of Texas fans.
Why? Why would I want him to do bad?
Chris Beard?
I mean, I'm rooting for Ole Miss.
Okay. It's more of a Chris Beard thing than an Ole Miss thing. I don't think you would have any animosity towards Ole Miss.
Once again, we all make mistakes, y'all. You're not going to get through life without a mistake here or there or here or 5 or 6 or 10 or 12 times in your life.
Buck, the mistake you and I make isn't going to impact the happiness of hundreds of thousands of people
who don't give a rat's ass about basketball anyway. Is that what we're saying? It's affected their lives that bad, and they don't even like basketball.
Check your again, you're not on social media here, but
I will check my Slapjack.
People clearly care about Chris Beard because every time he does something good,
he should be here.
50% F that guy and 50% F CDC for getting rid of that guy.
Well, that guy made his own mistake, and it was his mistake to make, and he did that. And if he's right with the person he made the mistake with, and he's right in his life, let that guy move on. I mean, it's unfortunate for the University of Texas, but he's got a life he still has to live. He's not an old man. He's a young man who wants to continue to do what he wants to do. So it's a mistake. That's all. Like I said, people make the dumbest of mistakes. And sometimes you get a chance to rectify your mistakes and move along with life. Some mistakes can cost you not only your life, but the life and the livelihood of a bunch of other people. So we'll see. I'm still rooting for him. I'm rooting for the conference there too.
That mistake hurt my life.
There you go. See, it's destroyed your life.
It destroyed
you and the other
life.
7 dwarfs.
Hey, whatever. BK, the 7 dwarfs, whatever you want to call us. It destroyed
the Magnificent 7. I'm not ready to call them the Magnificent 7. I'm going to wait that out until when Sean Miller comes through and puts the basketball team in the right direction. I'm going to call your guys the Magnificent 7 then. Until now, there's just still the 7 dwarfs.
What about the Super 7? We got to go with alliteration, like Fab 5. You got to go with alliteration, don't you?
When you start turning those 7 into 7-11, then we can talk. It's going to take a while.
We'll get a sheesh to sponsor Texas basketball then.
There you go.
They'll be good. They'll be good. I'm telling you, I'm a Sean Miller guy, but I know we're beating a dead horse and, ripping up an old wound here. Sorry to do that, but
I think you got a lot of people, more people that understand that this guy's a pretty good coach, that understand you're not always going to rip the best coach away from other places because there's other things besides your money. And if you don't have a legacy in the world of basketball, those people are trying to build theirs at places, and they've already had a foothold in those places. And no matter what, money's not always going to rip them away from that. Although when you say $300 million can make you change, that will make me change scenery. I will say that.
Yeah, I would think so. I could live anywhere for 300 mil.
Yeah, that would make me change scenery. Yeah.
Yeah, that's.
I'm trying to be a man of means, but that's a lot of means right there. 300 mil.
Oh my God, yeah, that no college basketball coach is making that. But
no.
Again, we'll never know. I'd love to have a sit down with CDC, just give him some truth serum and be like, "Who'd you call before you called Sean Miller?" And maybe he's like, "Yeah, Sean Miller was our guy. He's like the only guy that we went after." Or maybe he says, "We tried Nate Oates at Alabama. We tried Bill Self at Kansas. We tried Otzelberger at Iowa State." We don't know as of right now. But I'm a Sean Miller fan, but it's just, you can't help. And this is what hurts the most, is it's like you see Ole Miss doing this, and it's like that should be us. You felt like you had a coach who was going to have you there. And Buck, the difference in conversation we're having right now, we could be talking about prepping for a Sweet 16 game, and instead it's like there's only 7 people who care about basketball.
Yeah.
The whole fan base would be so bought in if Chris Beard was still here, because I think the success would have came. And instead we've gone backwards the last 2 years, and there's another new coach. And
right.
It's just like, you can't help whether you agree with the decision or not. It's impossible to not think about what could have been and where this program would be if that fateful mugshot never got out.
Wow.
Never got out. Oh, man. All right.
Just a mistake. Move on in your life.
Yeah, I can't.
Why can't you can move on?
I can't do it until Sean Miller actually starts coaching here, because I think he'll be very, very good. All right, a few more sponsor shout-outs. We'll lighten the mood with the hilarious airport video.
All right, our good friends over at Woods Comfort Systems. Let me tell you, it's going to get warmed up. It's going to start to warm up again this weekend. Be ready for that air conditioning to crank on, and hopefully your air conditioning system will crank on, and you'll get the kind of air that you deserve to have. You need to have that good air conditioning system going on. And our friends at Woods Comfort Systems, well, for close to 70 years, they've been doing it in Central Texas, and they do it better than anyone, whether it's air conditioning, heating, or now plumbing. Call on those folks. I love what they do. I love their technicians. I love when they say they're going to be somewhere on time. They are there. You're not waiting around all day. And if they're going to be there early, they'll let you know that too, so that you're not waiting around. Maybe to let you know that you can get a couple things done during the course of the day. And here's when they'll show up. They generally show up that window, that whatever window they give you, that 12 to 6 or something. They don't do all that 12 to 6 crap. They give you like 12 to 2. To let you know that here's where we're going to be there. And if we're there a little earlier, we'll call you en route. So I like that. And I appreciate that from the folks at Woods Comfort Systems.
WoodsComfortSystems.com, 512-842-5066 if you want to get in contact with them. Take advantage of that great customer service. How about COTA? MotoGP weekend.
Happening today, starting today, I would believe.
Yep, you can get tickets right now at thecircuit.com. And oh, by the way, breaking news, F1 tickets are now officially on sale.
Now you're talking.
Thecircuit.com. So many great events happening at COTA, with races, with concerts, with COTA karting, with everything else that they've got. They've got you covered. Go out to Circuit of the Americas. And again, this weekend is going to be gorgeous. If you're looking for something to do, witness the World Championship of Motorcycle Racing at Circuit of the Americas. You can get single-day offers. If you're a student, you can get a discount as well. Or you can, of course, get that 3-day grounds pass to be a part of all of the action all weekend long. It's legit, man. MotoGP. This is some
love MotoGP. Love the folks that go deal with MotoGP. I can't do the bikes, but I love the people that ride those things, boy. They're fun to be around.
Oh my God. Yeah. This is a great time to get out to the circuit if you've never been. Also, shout out to Covert Bee Cave. If you're in the market for a newer pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, Go see our great friends at Covert Bee Cave off of Highway 71. Dan and Mike and Stacy and Jerome and Cameron and Ron and basically know the whole staff at this point. They will take care of you. They've taken care of us. Our guy Zay bought his new whip at Covert Bee Cave. Of course, the Buck bought his new whip at Covert Bee Cave. We love them. You'll love them as well. Of course, part of the Covert Auto Group that's been selling cars, trucks, and SUVs here in the Austin area for more than 100 years. Great people, great service. And what do they say about those prices, Buck?
Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. Better get up there before some of these tariffs start to hit.
Some of these terrorists start to hit?
Tariffs. The tariffs that may start to on some of these cars, these imports coming in.
Who's tariff?
That we'll be putting on some of these countries with their cars.
Oh, this is that politics thing people have been talking about?
Yeah, you might, hey, go get those cars now.
Oh, shoot. So I need to get a new car now then?
Sounds like this is over the next month or so. You better just start getting it. If you're going to buy one that may not be American-made car, might as well get it now.
I do drive a Nissan. Am I going to have to start paying on that even though it's already paid off?
No, you don't have to pay anything on that. You're good.
I don't know how it works. I don't get this government stuff.
It's probably better to buy now than to buy later, I would believe.
Okay. Well, hey, I'm sure our friends at Covert are okay with that. Go buy a car now. They'll take your money. Happily.
They will hook you up by the way, they'll hook you up anytime, whether it's now or later. Buy from those folks. Believe me, it's going to be fantastic. You're going to deal with some great people.
Yes, indeed. All right. Without further ado, let's have some fun to end a Friday program. We don't have to go too far for our latest airport story. This is Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport, also known as DFW.
That's a big one. That's a big place.
An incident that took place 2 weeks ago on March 14th, where a woman caused a significant disturbance in Terminal D's nuts. Excuse me, I believe it was just D. We'll show you the video here. Again, there's no sound because the sound is obnoxious, but this woman is doing a lot of yelling and screaming throughout everything else that you're about to see. Buck, I'll give you the floor here because folks on the app don't really know what's going on. Can you describe what you are seeing in this video?
It's a naked lady, I believe. I presume she's naked, like totally naked.
That is a totally naked lady that you are seeing.
Is she juggling? Besides juggling what she's juggling, is she juggling something else or is she just throwing stuff?
That was a water bottle that she just splashed around the airport concourse and then threw in the air.
I can see it looks like she's a woman of the 70s.
What does that mean? She's old?
She's kind of hairy.
A little hairy.
Yeah.
I didn't see any hair in the armpits. So
I caught that part of the shot. You missed that part. Hair. Yes.
She is now talking to a couple of security guards. Paul Blart isn't really doing anything. He doesn't want to touch her. He's calling for backup. He's worried about this deal. Look at we got the dance moves now. Hey,
there's always the dance moves.
Hey, I mean, this is in broad daylight in Terminal D at DFW Airport. Oh, someone tries to hand her a coat. And then the security guard's like, no, you can't have this coat. I'm getting a look here. You're not putting any clothes on. Let me see this.
She's going to get tackled eventually. Somebody's going to go in.
Look at this. Now she runs up to a gate, starts like hitting the TV. She's running around more with the cell phone in her hand. People are getting out of the way. Oh, trying to smack another screen. Throwing. Look at that catch.
AV consultation TV.
She's throwing her phone off the screen. She caught it the first time. Now that screen's broken. That was on before. Now it's off. She continues to. It's pretty good form right there. Good arm for this girl.
She can't come on my flight because she's got to go to jail. She's not going to disrupt the flight.
Yeah, there's security there. He's actually not calling for backup. He's just filming the whole time for Spank Bank.
You know what? I can calm this woman down. I know Kim Mulkey. I know how to I can calm her down and get her to put her clothes on and go away peacefully.
How would you do such a thing?
Oh, look at that water. That's water spilling all over. Somebody could slip and fall, and the airport's going to get sued, lady.
Look at that. Grabs another water. That's like $8 at the airport.
That's going to cost her.
Splashing it around everywhere. Again, there's the start of the dance moves. Then throws the empty water bottle. Then she starts putting her hands on that security guard. Of course, all of
No.
these other dudes are like, what in the shit is wrong with this white woman?
You know what you need to do? Grab her by the hair, put her down, and cuff her. And let her, if she wants to wiggle around on the floor, then go ahead.
Is that what you would do?
Yes.
But you don't have cuffs. What if you don't have cuffs? You're just like at the airport. You don't carry handcuffs with you, do you?
Well, I mean, if I'm a cop, if I'm one of those guys, if I'm mall cop right there.
I don't know if that guy has cuffs. I don't know if he's powerful enough to own those. I don't know if that's a cop or more just like that could be the guy working that food stand where she stole that water bottle.
Well, you got to protect me from this nut. I don't know what this.
Well, what are you doing? You said you could tame her. What's your plan? If
I'm
you're
gonna
there,
I'm going to go over there and talk to her as she's running.
She ain't listening to you. She's yelling throughout this time.
As she's running through the bush with the bush.
She is running with the bush, not through the bush. She does have a bush, if you want a description. Pretty young woman, what, 30s, 20s, 30s?
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, she's in good shape.
Where did you get those drugs? Where did you get those drugs? You got a bad batch, lady.
And people keep trying to come up, and she's yelling at them and shoving them off and throwing the remote at the screen. What did the screen do to her?
And what is the end game here for her? How long is she going to be in jail?
I don't know, man. There are all sorts of rumors about what happened, but yeah, video footage of her running through the terminal, shouting phrases like, I speak all languages. She was yelling that randomly. Obviously throwing water, damaging property, including smashing monitors with the phone. There are reports that she stabbed people with a pencil and then bit a restaurant manager who tried to intervene.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Some of those security people, some of those people have cuffs. She would have to go down. I know it seems brutal, but yes, she would have to go down. Hey, because, I wouldn't be able to accept that of the lady who's on the flight in her, with her condom on, that I'm going to elbow her. This one's going to go, I'm going to have to bring her down. I'm there to save the people. See these people, all these people that take pictures, they don't want to get involved.
No, they just want to go viral.
Yeah. No, I would have to
about these days.
If you have like those cops right there, they can cover her. They can do whatever they want to. They jack up people for a little less than being naked. You know that.
Well, my first thought is, why am I never at the airport when cool stuff happens?
Yeah, all I get is an 8-year-old that wants to be breastfed. That's all I get.
That's cooler than anything I've seen. You got to see titties. I don't see those at the airport.
No, they were up under a poncho. I never got to see that part. I just got to hear the slurping.
Like, why don't I ever get nudity at the airport? It's never happened. I've flown DFW a ton. I don't get this.
Yeah, they never have this. All the actions at Love Field.
Yeah, no, I've been to Love Field a lot too. I haven't seen that either. I don't know, man. If you're security, that guy's probably scared. Like, what is she gonna do? There's reports that she bit somebody. Like, he's bigger and stronger than her, so he should be able to manhandle her. But he doesn't want to be on film. He doesn't get paid enough to be tackling that craziness,
or to have some other people saying, "Why would you do that to that young lady?"
And that's the thing. If I'm a fan, If I'm just a person at the airport, I'm going full speed sprint and then form tackle.
Oh no, I'm not. If I'm just waiting for my flight, unless I know if she's holding up my flight, I'm in on that. I'm in on the tackling there. I got to get to my destination.
You talk about cuffing her. If you're like just a random citizen, you got to contain her somehow. What do? Do you tackle her? You're not talking this one off the ledge, but this one is. I'm telling you, the yelling and screaming. There's nothing you could say that was going to prevent this episode.
I have no indication that she was going to board my flight. So okay, if she's going to hold up somebody else, that's fine. But she can't hold up my flight. That's how I am about that.
Yeah. So you're just letting her go. If you're just sitting in the terminal, like,
oh yeah,
you're not doing anything about this. Just watching for the show.
If the guy next to me said, that's my cousin. She's on the flight she's supposed to be on the flight with us to go there. Then I'm going to go over there and elbow her right in the head.
What's the punishment there for this? for
well,
her.
you're going to spend some time in jail, and you're going to be in front of a judge, and the judge is going to look at you and like, you did what? You had your clothes off? Here's a quick 30 days just for the hell of you taking your clothes off. And
you had your clothes off. All right, come to the back room here, and let me get a investigation of what. Let me make sure the body is the same as the body we have on that video here, please.
And you little animal, you bit somebody. There's another 30.
That's the report. Yeah, that's the worst crime. Like, that's assault. I mean,
Yes.
Public indecency is a crime, and I'm sure she can get fined or maybe arrested for just being naked at the airport. But
dude,
you bite somebody,
you can get thrown in jail for peeing behind a tree because you had to pee real bad and some kid walked by.
Well, I'm a dude. No one likes seeing dudes naked, so I feel like the punishment's always tougher. I know by the book it's not, but I think the punishment's always tougher. Like if this was a guy just flopping around the airport, he's going to jail for a lot longer than what this girl.
How many guys you think would have jumped him and beat his ass? 100 of them in there?
I ain't touching no naked dude. I'm more likely to jump on this one than I am the dude. Sorry if that's sexist, but
only if he's boarding my flight. Remember, I have a destination to get to. I'm very picky about getting to places. I have vacationing to do.
Man, I hope it sucks. I mean, I don't know if it's drugs or just a mental breakdown. I feel for her family and friends too. Like it sucks for her, but obviously it's got to be mortifying to be related to her. And I don't know if her name is out there or not, but I'm sure at some point it will come out, and
Rodney will find out. Rodney will find out for us.
No, Ronnie's been doing some weird stuff in the background here. I'm afraid what we're going to see when we bring the Chaos Theory boys on camera. Fellas, I think y'all had seen that before we played it, but
is she schizophrenic?
No idea.
I don't know what label you put on her. I just, everybody has a label. We're all having nervous breakdowns, or we're on drugs. Some people, there are some people that are just crazy. I think we all know at least 2 or 3 that are. You can try to put a label on it mentally, but some people are just born crazy. She looks like one that may just be born crazy.
Yeah. Have you heard the audio with this?
No.
She's literally going down the airport screaming at everyone saying, I can speak multiple languages. F you. Throws some FUs out in multiple languages. I mean, she appears to kind of be with it, but also having a complete breakdown, clearly, right? Like
Rodney, once again, if she's on our flight and we can't get to our destination, I'm going to help out here. You know what I'm saying?
Look at her feet are so fucking dirty. It's so disgusting. It's gross.
Samantha Palma is her name.
So watch this little incident right here. This is the thing that I'm actually taken back by. She's about to throw her phone off of this screen, and she actually catches it. Right? Like,
yeah.
She hits it right here.
Smacks that one first. There you go. Oh, let me whoop, chop. She karate chops.
The hurdle. She throws it and then catches it. Watch, she throws it right here. Boom. Catches it right off the cuff. Look at that.
Great play. That's a great play right there.
Of course. But first time. I mean, look, I couldn't even teach my kid that.
Scholarship her.
Is that her phone?
That's oh no. Is that an athlete?
She needs to go play for the Mavericks because they can't rebound for shit.
Mavericks might be getting into the playoffs there, Rodney.
She might be a Maverick fan. Maybe that's what caused this.
She could be in the rotation for the Mavs these days. Everyone else is hurt.
Yeah, she might be mad at Jerry Jones, and I don't know.
No, I mean, I know we're making light of it, but there's a good chance that that's probably schizophrenia.
Yeah,
I don't want to speculate, but it's not good.
Right, it's not. It's not healthy.
I'll just say this: it's going to cost her.
Yeah, I'd have had to take her down. Take her down and check her out with my wand. And just
I was going to ask, what are you guys doing? Double R. Yeah. Sounds like you just answered it. If you're just in the terminal, and you see this happening, what do you do?
I have to check her out with my taser.
You have to tase the hell out of her.
That'd be funny. This never. When I go to the airport, all I see is drunk fat guys.
Like BK says he never gets any of this kind of action.
And full disclosure, I'm one of the drunk fat guys, so one of those things. But no, I've flown into that terminal. That was Terminal D, right?
Yeah,
Terminal D.
flown into that one a lot. There's a Whataburger up in there. Never that though. Never that.
Wags, what say you, man? All your experience in combat. Are you combating this woman if you see this at the airport?
No. I think I'm losing this one. Right? Like, actually, I don't even think I'm taking part of it, right? Like, there's pros there. I'm not TSA. Get the guys that you pay, TSA.
Oh, yeah, TSA. Yeah,
they're gonna take care of. Don't worry, we're in good hands. They're gonna take care of everything. All right.
Well, it's just like everything else. When you see these incidents, you don't see people acting to help. You see them like reaching to take a video.
Well, yeah, that's what everybody's a journalist.
Yeah, there's a lot
everyone
of
hates everyone hates the media, but everyone tries so hard to be the media.
Now, see, that's the thing too. Like, I'm probably not taking video of this thing. Like, I'm actually looking around for an attendant or somebody to actually get this woman some help or get my family out of the damn situation that we're probably in. Right.
Once again, if she's on my flight, I'll help out.
You see the feet on that thing?
She's gonna cause a delay for my flight, Rodney. She's gonna get it.
Well, Buck,
I'm worried I'm about to get a public indecency charge if she keeps shaking it like that.
If I have to take her and put her in the seat next to me and strap her in there,
we
can take off. That's what I'm doing.
There you go. That's how we get to our destination. She can go crazy once she's in the plane.
So from the looks of the video, from my observation, it doesn't look like I want to be sitting next to her. It doesn't look like I can probably guess how she smells.
Dude, she bit somebody.
Did she stab somebody with a pencil?
That's the report.
Yeah.
Then she can take an elbow to the chops.
She's using weapons of opportunity.
Yeah.
Oh, she's got a couple of those.
She does.
And I see my opportunity.
Oh,
yes, sir. Yes, sir. She probably smells like Pall Mall and Pearl Light.
She's definitely wearing patchouli.
Oh my goodness, you guys are awful.
That's
all right, boys. Listen, have a great weekend. Be careful out there.
Later, Buck.
Have a great weekend, guys.
Later, brother. There you go.
Dude.
Oh man, I can smell that video. Yes, I can. What is up, everybody? Good morning. How is everyone doing on this wonderful Friday? It is Chaos Theory on Texas Sports Unfiltered on this wonderful March 28th. My partner in crime, my co-host, Rodney Rodriguez. You can follow us on Twitter. I'm at Not the Fake Wags. My partner in crime is at the Rodney R, and then on InstaFace at the_ Rodney R. I'm on InstaFace at the Wagner Wire. Smash that subscribe button if you hadn't done so already. Get up into this conversation. Let's talk some basketball. Let's talk March Madness. Let's talk some baseball. We had opening day yesterday as well. We got some stuff to break down. And let's also hit us up on that coded text line, 512-222-9328. Again, that number is 512-222-9328. Let's get it in. Let's get it in. Let's get it in. What's up, brother? How you doing?
Man, it's a fun day of baseball yesterday, right?
Yeah, I had a blast.
Oh, God, it was
literally 12. I mean, they're not 12 blasts, but a lot of them. And O'Neal goes, 6 consecutive opening days in a row with a home run, huh? Tyler O'Neal. Tip of the cap, buddy.
And I do want to say, and this may be an unpopular opinion, it's nice to hear Joe Buck doing baseball. I like that dude calling baseball.
Okay.
I like that dude doing baseball.
You know what? I think I can get on that train.
Yeah.
Different calling based. It's funny what a sport can do to you, right? Like different calling baseball than he is football. Or maybe maybe it's Troy. Is Troy throwing him off a little bit with football? Because he paints a better picture, or maybe, and he didn't even really have to paint the picture because you're able to see the broadcast with the TV, right? But he does have a better pace with baseball, and maybe that's just what it is. Maybe his slow approach and slow delivery just isn't exactly what we're looking for football, and the game just kind of passes before our eyes before he actually gives a call, right? But in baseball, you're supposed to be telling a story and talking about the pageantry anyways, and the historical, milestones of baseball as the time goes, as the time progresses throughout the game. So, and again, like storytelling comes. You've called a baseball game, man. Storytelling comes into baseball a lot more than it does with football or basketball, right? Because hell, you ever called a hockey game?
I haven't done hockey. That's the only.
Hockey's faster than basketball. Like basketball is fast paced, but sometimes in hockey you don't even get a stoppage, right?
Yeah.
So hockey's just absolutely tough. And then you got to memorize the damn Russian and Swede names, or in the Finland names. So it gets a little bit hectic. But yeah, man, he's one. I guess you could say that he is an acquired taste, but for baseball, Joe Buck is I don't know, he's kind of becoming suited. Nothing's going to be like Gary Thorne to me, right? Or Joe Morris.
His dad,
Joe Morgan.
Jack
Joe
Buck
Morgan.
was amazing. Yeah, Jack Buck was amazing. His dad.
I never, you know what? I can't remember hearing his dad.
Yeah. He was and I saw that they showed yesterday the guy from the Brewers. Why is his name escaping me here at the moment? That I think just recently passed away. That was just great at calling. Man, what's escaping me at the moment?
Brewer.
Yeah. Oh my God. And Lord.
We'll look it up. Somebody will look it up.
But with Buck, yeah, it's one of those things where I think, because I will tell you that for me, with all the games that I've called, it's been a lot of football and a lot of baseball. And yeah, Bob Uecker. Yeah, Bob Uecker was one. That's okay. Not actually who. Well, maybe that is who I'm thinking of. But
is that who you're talking about? Bob Uecker. Bob Uecker died a couple years ago, didn't he?
Yeah. The basketball was the one, because I haven't done a lot of basketball. So when I first started doing play-by-play for basketball, it's like, man, I don't know if I'm going to be any good at this. And I will tell you, because I'm my own worst critic, and I give myself a little bit of credit every now and then. Basketball, I'm like fucking really good. And I'm surprised. I was totally surprised that I could do basketball. I was like, I don't know how this happened.
I end up watching most of the damn game instead of calling it. Boom.
I think that's the other part of it, to where I'm more entrenched on calling it, which, by the way, high school needs a shot clock. I think we've mentioned that, because calling those games, it's like dribbles across the timeline, holes, pass, out to the elbow, down to the baseline. Nobody ever takes it.
Especially when you get those schools that don't really have like a legitimate or a prominent score, so they just spread it out and run four corners.
Yeah.
Because there's no shot clock, and then they work the ball around until they get the best optimal look down low, and hopefully, and all you can do if the defense is hopefully somebody throws like a bad diagonal pass and you get an off ball steal or some shit like that. So.
Yeah, I had a coach that he was like, what you're going to see us do is we're just going to pass the ball around. Hopefully we get an opportunity to get into the paint if somebody slips and falls. And if we get into the paint, we'll take a shot, because we can't shoot from the outside. We can't shoot from the corner. I'm like, holy shit. And that's exactly what it was. It was a lot of pass to the outside, pass to the inside. But anyway, yeah, Joe Buck. I will say Major League Baseball needs to. I had a hell of a time trying to find the Astros game. I knew where to find it, and I got that subscription to Fubo.
I was going to say, where can you? Because every channel that I went to, it was blacked out unless you go to unless you go up to Spectrum. Like they have their own little Houston Sports or Southwest Sports channel that they have that you can find. You got to actually pay on the cable. So if you go to it's Fubo TV is the one that you can get, FUBO, and you get the Astros and the Rangers. They were both on there, but it's $90 a month. It's $90 a month. See? I'm already paying for MLB TV, and I can't watch the Astros or the Rangers with MLB TV.
And then you have to pay, and then you're paying for YouTube TV, which is $82 a month or whatever that is. And like for me, I've got all these different racing streamers that are $15, $20, $39 a month. And it's like, my God, by the time it's all said and done, I ought to just get damn Direct TV again. It's like I cut the cord to save money and I'm spending more.
It's FUPA, you got to type in FUPA, not FUBU, or not FUBO.
Yeah, FUBO. But yeah, that's how you get it, and you can watch them all. I mean, I think they said yesterday of the 162 games, you'll see 140 of them. But again, so I went and I finally figured out which plan I needed to have, so I paid for that. And then as the broadcast is going on, I hear them talking about, well, the next 2 days will be on, I think, Apple TV, and then we'll be on Big Fox. And I'm like, well, shit. But I did see the first game. Yeah, Space City Network. Ike, good call. My man Ike showing the pictures there at Dyken Park. Ike, I wanted to see if you could find me an orange, man. What they do with the oranges?
Ike got out to opening day, right? Who all got out? Put a 1 in the chat if you got out to your home field for opening day.
Yeah.
If you got out to your home ballpark for opening day, put a 1 in the chat. please.
Yeah, Ike, let me know where those oranges are. I think I heard that maybe they were selling those oranges from the old train because they had to replace those because it's obviously not Minute Maid anymore. Yeah, the Rangers. And this is where I think it's been a topic of discussion for a long time where these regional broadcasts need to be a little more, I guess, a little easier to find because it does, man. It sucks. And like you said, I think a lot of people where it is where you pay for that big package and then you want to watch your team is blacked out. I mean, what is that solving? And there's no alternative. I don't know, man.
Well, so here's the thing, though, right? Like you can see Astros and Ranger highlights and stuff like after it all went down, but I haven't been able to watch a live game. It's always been blacked out. Like you can go back and watch it after it's done, but I mean, thank you ESPN, thank you every sports media outlet out there that can get me the scores. And I don't know, and also like here's another thing too. Here's a shout out, little PSA for you guys out there since it's baseball season and we all probably share a few MLB TV accounts because that's just what we do, right? We're cool. Please keep the scores off, okay? Mm-hmm. If you are sharing your accounts, please, there's a little UI feature on there that you can select on this application that allows you to not show the scores. Some of us don't get around to seeing every baseball game immediately as it comes out because we go down and watch the Birds first and we like to watch live baseball. And then we go back and we watch regular baseball, okay? Not that anything outside of the Orioles baseball is regular baseball, but look, that's just how we are. Our first order of business is we watch the Birds first, okay? By the time I get done watching the Birds, every damn score is up on the board because you guys the people that I share it with turn off that feature and put the scores on. The scores are off on purpose, so I don't know the scores, so I can go back and watch all the games. All right. If I see the games, I lose my motivation to go back and watch it. I just watch the highlights. So please stop. Yeah. There you go. That's it.
Well, and they make it's just
that's my
harder
PSA.
and harder.
Sorry. Thank you.
Yeah. Code text line, does the Astros YouTube stream games like they did the college games in February? Absolutely not. It is only on Space City unless it's on, Apple or Fox or ESPN or for the Sunday night package or whatever it's going to be. So really what you have to do if you're an Astros or Rangers fan, you just have to kind of go to their site and figure out where it's going to be. And then a lot of times, like yesterday, when I was trying to figure out, I knew it was going to be on Space City, but the whole thing with the Fubo was because I had bought it in advance because we this year, Wags, we were going.
What is it? 20? I'm 20. I can't find Fubo. $20. I see.
No, it's like $84 a month. It's 80. Yeah, but I mean, you essentially get everything that you get on YouTube TV. Because I was comparing them yesterday because I'm like, okay, I'm going to drop YouTube TV and what I'll do. And here's exactly what happened last night, Wags. And it was frustrating as shit so I'm like, okay, comparing the two packages side by side, it seems like Fubo is going to give me everything that I need. So, okay, I'm watching the Rangers and Astros kind of going back and forth. That ends, and it's time for March Madness. And I'm like, okay, you're going to have two games that are going to be going simultaneously, maybe three at some point. And I want to be able to watch them like you do on YouTube TV, where you've got them all right there. I had already paused YouTube TV. I'm back over on Fubo, and you can't do that multi-screen on there. So now I've unpaused YouTube TV, and I'm paying more than.
Sounds like you should get your money back. Is what it sounds like. And look, so we're probably going to go through a couple of quirks, right, with opening day, with the first few weeks of baseball or the first couple of games of baseball. But those of you guys out there that have got some tricks and got some shortcuts for us, please put them in the chat here or throw us on our social medias. That way we can have optimal viewing. Give audio-visual consultations a call, Rodney. Maybe they can come over and fix stuff for you. That's my only other option or move for you. Like I pay for, like, that's the thing. Like I pay for YouTube TV, but I also get the package that gets me Houston or Southwest Sports, Fox Southwest or Fox Sports Southwest or some shit like that.
That's now the Space City. And that's the whole thing where it gets confusing because on Fubo, they have FanDuel TV. And I think that's where the Astros are. This just popped in on the Coda text line. And hey, I mean, it may be worth sharing right here. Check this out. Over 2,500 channels. This is from a longtime listener No gimmicks, no long-term contracts, no credit cards. HBO Cinema. I mean, you guys can read that. $34.99, and there's a number there. Huh.
What do you do? Do you just plug it in like is it a stick or something? Like what the hell is it?
Yeah, Kevin, tell us. Is that
all
like
right? It's a live streaming TV.
Wow.
But what is this thing that you're getting? Is it like a Fire Stick that you're getting, or is this a actual website that you go to that provides a service for you? Like that's not specified on the
on the flyer there. Doesn't tell us. We might have to get this. Might need to have an advertiser right here. We could make these folks some money right there. Yeah. So you guys check that out right there. Hey, over 100 plus Spanish channels. I'm in.
There you now. I'm sold. Right now, I'm sold.
Calling.
And then also,
Ramon Ayala, Fire Stick. He said.
All right, it's a Fire Stick. Yeah,
and that's our man Kevin Moore Septic. So we have a name for him. So it's a legit.
I'm going to stay away from the Fire Sticks, but
I've got like 3 of those, and it's like it's I send one like with the kids when they were younger and they would do vacations and go off to college. I'm like, here's a Fire Stick, go. I'm handing it out like
for vacation or for something for like maybe a week or whatever. That's fine. But usually I don't like it sounds stupid, but I don't like to plug up the ports on my TV. I like to keep it open for presentations and stuff.
Yeah. And you guys can
sounds like a weird streaming service to everybody in the chat there. All right, let's get into some March Madness there last night, my dude. Where do you want to go first? They almost did it, right? They kind of let it out of the bag too. They were destroying them at halftime, and then Texas Tech was able to come back and claw their way out of it. And damn it looked like a couple of calls didn't get called, and then it was back and forth. Both teams kind of got favored a little bit there, but yeah, ultimately Texas Tech able to prevail, coming up with a nail biter there in overtime. My goodness, we were definitely treated to a good one there with that. Maryland kind of got scorched. We kind of knew that was going to happen with the Gators there. But yeah, Arizona and Duke, that was a fun one as well. A lot of good basketball last night.
Yeah, it really was, man. It and I think we're seeing that continuing trend right here with these teams where we've talked about, where we haven't had the Cinderella. I think to me, I guess Arkansas was our last.
Arkansas was the Cinderella, right?
That was our last hope at that. I mean, but with Duke, Florida, Alabama, I mean, these teams are just too good, and now they play to the potential.
Bama and Duke next. That's going to be a nasty little matchup there. I can't wait to see Kneppel and Sears go. Sears looks like he's starting to cook, man. And Sears starting to dial it up from the perimeter too.
Yeah,
watch out for Bama.
And that's the thing when you talk about Sears and you talk about Coop and you talk about these guys. I mean, these are just solidified badasses that are playing here in the Sweet 16, and it's like, damn. So I guess at this point, maybe do you become a Tech fan if you want a little bit of carnage happening? And I don't want it that bad. I think I just want the best 4 teams to play each other at this point. But man, Alabama, jeez, that quite the barrage, But I wish that Tech game would have been earlier, because it's like at that point I'm getting sleepy after all the streaming frustration of yesterday, and I had to stay up. Wags, I'm barely keeping my eyes open this morning. It's late.
Yeah, I was up last night late, but not watching TV. I weird. Had to put the sound machine on too. We got like a sound machine that makes thunder and rain and stuff that helps you go to sleep. Probably up to about 4 a.m. just laying in bed with the dog. Like I literally couldn't sleep at all, man. Stressed out. I can't locate and pinpoint the stress. Just very weird. Couldn't sleep at all last night. A lot of tossing and turning, man.
You need a CPAP machine, dude. That thing will make you.
Maybe I do.
It controls the breathing so nice. Yeah, it controls the breathing.
But I haven't been told that I need a CPAP thing. But I'm sure if I go in, they'll put me on a CPAP thing, because how much do you got to pay for that CPAP? Let me ask you that.
Well, I got it.
Is that a monthly fee too?
No, when I got it. So the funny story, the way that happened was this happened when I mean, I've been a snorer for a long time, but when I had a really nice real estate job, I got laid off. I think I've talked about that in the past. And I had 2 months of insurance that they gave me. So the wife is like, why don't you go do a sleep study right now so we can figure out if you're going to get a BPAP, because mine ended up being a BPAP. And so I go in and they're like, we're going to send you home. We'll do the home sleep study. So they send me home with the thing. I had to do it one night. And I get home that night and Tracy's like, drink all the beer you can. And I'm like, okay, why? And she's like, you'll snore more. So I did drank a shitload of beer, and I turned this thing in. They call me a week later and it's like, you had 27 incidents in an hour. I'm like, damn, is that good?
Yeah, you told me that before. That's not.
So long story short,
okay.
the insurance paid for it. Insurance paid for it. I paid nothing. Nothing. I think I paid $75.
Well, it's awesome that you paid, that you didn't have to pay for it. It's not awesome that you go through that shit during the night, and 27 times during your sleep that you stop breathing.
And they said I was an amateur. I said, is that good? And they're like, no, it's not good. I said, but is that a lot? And they're like, oh no, we have people that we do a sleep study and it's like 75. I'm like, damn.
No, I'm curious. I am curious to how, if I even do that, and I'm sure I do. I'm a little overweight. I'm sure most people that don't even have issues with their weight probably stop breathing sometimes at night because of the way their head's positioned or whatever. Yeah, I'm a little intrigued there, but also
you should check it out.
Also, like, I don't want to go in because I don't want to find out either. You know what I mean? Like, I'm weird about that. Like,
it's not a bad.
I don't deny my health. Well, I guess I do, because I don't pay attention to it, right? So
I'll tell you the biggest difference that I found, really, because I would like wake up in the morning and it's like, my chest was just, I just felt bad. I mean, that like directly affects your heart. Remember Reggie White? I mean, Reggie White died from sleep apnea. So it's like, yeah, that shit's pretty rough, man. So it's,
but last night wasn't because I wasn't falling asleep. So it couldn't have been because I was, not breathing or stopped breathing that was waking me up, or the cause of that was waking me up.
You got a lot of shit going on in your mind.
Yeah, I had got some shit on my mind, but
yeah, you got a lot of stuff in your mind.
Maybe I was just over, exhilarated from baseball.
You know what I was doing last night also? I was researching video game, what'd you call them?
Top 10 heroines, baby.
Heroines. Yeah, I was
to say heroines, it's just like, what's your top 5 heroines that you're taking in to your veins today, man?
Well, the one I get from Kyle down the road.
Maybe it's because I got confused with it when I was in high school, and I was just like, heroines. So I just started. Ever since I was a kid, I was calling it heroines. And I've always done it. I know that BK does like a play on words, but I was doing this way before, I got the Texas Sports Unfiltered. I've been doing this since way before the Marine Corps, man. My buddy Jason Webb used to make fun of me because I used to say that shit too.
Mm-hmm. BK, Booby Kellner. He said he liked the nickname Booby.
Knowledge is power, wags. No, and I see Bevo Lance's comments. Yeah, if you need it to stay alive, the cost is irrelevant. 100%. And I do kind of put my health off and kind of ignore it just because, one, I don't want to hear that there's something wrong with me, right? I'm sure that we're all kind of like that, but it also, like, if you don't address the situation or address the problem, you'll never be able to combat it. So,
yeah,
I had, I got to get a lot better about it. So we have actually sat down and we're getting a full physical and we're getting ready to get in. But here's the thing too, like I hate going into the VA. I can't stand it for some reason, man. Maybe it's just the fact that I'm looking around and seeing all the old veterans and stuff like that, but it's like a glimpse of the fucking future, and I don't like it.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Maybe that's just a little bit of a turnoff, and find something out of pocket from the VA and get into it. But yeah, you're absolutely right, Beaver Lance, Jason. Knowledge is power, and I shouldn't put it off anymore.
And I'll tell you, that colonoscopy thing was the biggest thing for me. And I mean, the colonoscopy, and then when I had to go get the heart check and all that, because I tell you, when my dad had a pretty massive heart attack about 3 years ago, I think it is now. I was like totally freaking out. I mean, it's everything. I asked him, I made the mistake of asking him, so how'd you feel before it happened? And he told me. So it's like, of course, I'm getting these symptoms all the time.
Right.
Now.
You're working yourself up into it, right?
Yeah. So I went and got that done. And fortunately, luckily, I've everything that I've dreaded getting done. Somehow I've been okay. So I definitely think, and with the VA, I will tell you, it's another one of the things with my dad's situation. You know, he fought before this, so he had always, his vision was just going away, and this guy's driving and doing different things and working, and I'm so finally he got his VA stuff done, and I was with him the day that it happened. We went to the VA in Temple, and they went in, and
that's a nightmare.
it was horrible. It was a dreadful long day.
Bro, you ain't got it. I used to make those trips quarterly, man. That's nope.
Yeah. It was the craziest thing was, so they went in.
You see the reason why I don't go, right? Like, if you've ever been in one, you absolutely know.
Apparently, this VA here across from the airport on 183.
We're supposed to have one of the better VAs, and it's still not.
I've been there with my dad, and it was pretty smooth. But so when they fixed his eyes, it was unbelievable. I go walking in there, and he's sitting there, and he looks kind of drooped over after coming out of the surgery, and he looks up at me, and he goes, and this is crazy. This might tear me up a little bit. He's like, I swear I haven't seen you this clear for probably 15 years.
Damn.
And I'm like, damn, wow. It's crazy. So anyway.
Yeah, amigo.
Yeah, he didn't tell me I was handsome either, Wags. He didn't tell me I was handsome. He said, damn, you're getting old. He said, you're old.
One wants to be honest with you, right? It's the hard love.
Fucking eyes work so good. He's like, damn, you're old and fat. What happened?
I don't know. You watch too much March Madness, man. We talked a little bit about the scores last night. I was going to say, what are you looking forward to tonight, man? We got some good matchups tonight. Last night we kind of knew what would happen with Alabama and BYU and Florida and Maryland, right? I wanted the Terpies to be able to come out and put on the shell shock, but Gators might be the most favorite selected in the bracket. I want to say Duke just because it's Duke, but it could be the Gators this season just off a whim. I'm not sure how many have selected the Gators. Let me check this out. How many have selected the Gators in our tournament?
I think it's probably Florida, I bet you. I did. And as bad as my bracket has been, I was looking at it this morning, and this part of it's totally intact. I'm like, all right, well, not that.
So we have 21, or at least just with the screen that I'm viewing now. I don't have this selected down in terms of hold on, I got it right here. So it looks like most of us in the Texas Sports Unfiltered bracket selected Duke as the number one, as the national champion, right? Like, I see a lot of Duke on the first and second page. Florida, a lot of Florida as well. Houston also, which, I mean, that's kind of expected being that we're all around the same area here. But yeah, not too many Auburns to kind of close this thing out. I got Auburn to kind of do this thing. Somebody's got St. John's, and I mean that, and they're sitting in 12th, but they're about to get cooked. But yeah, man, we kind of knew that the big boys would come out and put on a show, right? But you were hoping for somebody, a little bit of a fight from Maryland, or at least if you're a Terrapin fan there. But anyways, the Gators just able to beat the hell out of the Terrapins after showing that they looked a little bit human the other night against UConn. They were able to make do and make rid of the Terrapins pretty easily there. Turtle soup is what they had last night. Also, we got to talk about Duke too. The Duke being able to get by Arizona. Now, it looked like Arizona was going to be out of that game, and then they started clawing back too. So a little bit of perseverance from Arizona there. But Duke showing a little bit of tenacity and showing that they can win in tough and close situations too. Kind of, giving me a little bit of shock and concern for Alabama here with my bracket here. Now, I got Bama beating Duke, which could propel me to the top in a lot of tournaments, or in a lot of brackets here, because there is a heavy dose of Duke as our national championship being selected in this in our contest here.
Yeah, I think where these games, obviously with the cream rising to the top, is really what we're seeing right here. The way it should be. I mean, this is honestly the way it should be. I think a lot of us are kind of casting stones and a little disappointed that this. I
had St. John's going to the Elite Eight. That kind of screwed the pooch for me. Like, I had St. John's beating Texas Tech last night.
Yeah,
so.
but I think what what's going to really be pivotal at this point is when you see these teams are getting a little bit more of a dogfight, because I think by the time we get to the Final Four, I think we're really going to have, once you have the creme of the creme in the Final Four, I think it's going to be who's able to persevere, who's able to overcome, and who's able to come back, because I think that's what those are going to come down to, because these teams are all so damn even.
And that's kind of what, like you talk about the back and forth, right? And having the mental toughness and the fortitude there. That's kind of why I went with Auburn, right? And it's not because they might have the higher skill set. It's because of the oldest age, like they're the oldest average team in the tournament. Yeah. And that is, I don't even know why I went on that metric, because it doesn't apply to the court, right? It's not a skill set that applies to the court. But for this time, I said, you know what, screw it. I usually go chalk. Well, hell, I went chalky this year anyways, except for Arkansas. I had Arkansas, getting out of the second round, which usually I don't put a double-digit team. I usually get pretty damn chalky. I picked a couple of 12s just off of a guess, like McNeese was a guess. Usually a 12 advances. I tried to learn from my mistakes the past couple of seasons. But yeah, it's a lot of chalk, amigo. Absolute a lot of chalk. Auburn, though, based off of just average age, is kind of why I ultimately landed with them when it gets towards like the Final Four, just because in battling, I have all SEC schools in the Final Four too, right? Tennessee, Florida, Auburn, and Bama. Based off of, average age and thinking that, these teams, seen each other a good amount of times, I thought maybe, the elders would kind of prevail out of all of this. So yeah, again, to justify my selection of Auburn, not because, Bruce Pearl's got a squad. They got a pretty decent squad, man. They're pretty damn talented, but also they're the oldest age team.
Yeah. Yeah. And I will say, kind of to the Florida thing, and I picked Florida, but I think that Duke has just been, because there has been a little bit, to where, well, Florida maybe not quite as impressive in this run as we thought that they may have been, and Duke doing what they've been doing. I actually think that may be imperative for Florida.
Florida have the best shooters.
And I just think we haven't seen the complete Florida game yet. But because Duke really, to me, has been the most impressive. They really have, but they're just really that good. So I think that Florida maybe being tested a little bit, I think is maybe going to be where
Duke looks like a pretty well-oiled machine, right?
Yeah.
And Cooper Flag looks healthy.
Yeah, and like for tonight, I mean the Kentucky-Tennessee game, I think it's just going to be tremendous.
That should be the game of the tournament. I mean, Duke and Bama is going to be sensational, but the one that we're going to get treated to tonight with Duke and Kentucky, we've had a preview, over the season. We've seen these two, right? And now the stakes are even higher here in March Madness, so this is going to be a dandy.
I think I've got pretty high hopes for tonight. I mean, because I think with Ole Miss and Michigan State.
I selected Tennessee to beat Kentucky, but
I did too. And Michigan, I didn't have. Well, yeah, I do have Michigan going this far, but that's one of the ones too where I was back and forth. And Michigan's kind of got going right here, so I'm a little concerned for Auburn.
You got Michigan over Auburn?
No, not tonight. Not tonight. I do have the matchup, but I don't have Michigan over
this time.
Not this time.
It sounded like Jonathan Frakes right there. Not this time.
And I will tell you for Purdue and Houston, I'm waiting to see if Kelvin Sampson and Houston are going to shit the bed again. I mean, there's been in the last few years a couple different times where I've had Houston winning the whole damn thing.
That's the trend, right?
I know.
So they just can't get out of their way.
Do we see tournament Houston tonight, or do they get through Purdue? I don't know. I just think this plethora or menu of games that we have tonight, I think are going to be a hell of a lot better than what we saw yesterday, because yesterday was one good one.
I have Houston over Purdue, and then Tennessee over Houston in the next round, in the Final Four.
I've got Houston going to the Final Four. Yeah, I've got Houston going to the Final Fours, and that's probably shame on me. But I don't know. Maybe maybe the Cougs prove me wrong. I don't know. But
I'm down to 96.3% in my bracket. So
hey, I'm just happy in the TSU tournament challenge, which, by the way, presented by Audiovisual Consultations, winner 65-inch Samsung 4K television. I finally broke into the double digits.
There you go.
I finally got inside of 100. 99. 99.
What's my max? I don't think I don't know if I'm in contention to win this thing or not. I don't think I am. I'm down to 23. I'm down to 23rd place. So
yeah,
I don't think I can win this thing. But even if I did, I would donate to you said 65 4K. I do need an upgrade. I do need an upgrade. You know, it's been a couple of years since we've had some TVs put in here. And not that we have bad TVs at all. We have great TVs, but newer quality have come out. And of course, you got to go bigger. You got to go home. I got a 55. Actually, I think it's a 50. I got a 50-inch downstairs.
Yeah.
And 65 does sound nice, but again, you know, let's not be too greedy. If I do win this thing, we'll probably donate the damn thing, honestly. We'll probably put another contest out there, throw this thing back into the contest for Chaos Theory and Texas Sports Unfiltered. All right, partner, you want to get into some baseball here? Or no, we got a top 5. We got a top 5.
Do top 5. Do top 5.
Well, we need a sponsor for our top 5 too, by the way. Anybody out there that's listening, any companies out there that like the top 5 rundown, well, you can also get a little bit of a bonus of that top 5 because we make the selection show also on Monday and Thursday. So you can get your little bag in the mix there and, you know, be shouted out and talked about more than just on a Friday for a top 5 thing. But anyways, let's get going here. Let's get cracking. Top 5 video game heroines, my dude. I'm very, very curious to see where you went with this because I know that you don't really have the history and the trek of playing too many video games. But nonetheless, I appreciate your good sportedness about this and, you know, able to do the research and what I'm very curious because I know where your dirty little mind can go, dude. And look, this is about fun characters and characters that save the day, not beautiful characters. Let's just hit the prerequisite on that. Okay. So,
well, and I had to look at this.
Japanese anime can get a little bit crazy, my dude.
And I had to look at this because, I mean, obviously a lot of these games I can't play. So it's like, okay, I'm researching. I mean, there was with everything going on yesterday.
So I know that this had and when I put this on the wheel, I knew that this was not fair to you. So thank you so much. I'm more intrigued to hear your list than I am to even present mine.
Are you kidding? I'm a minority. I can adapt to anything. All right. So a lot of this is
TV's going old school already off the bat with Lara Croft.
So a lot of this would be if I got to know these people, quote people, who would be my top 5 is a lot of that because that's a lot of what we're doing right here. So number five. I went to and if I mispronounce these names, tell me because
sure.
I didn't.
No, I got you. I mean, there's probably names that I won't.
There's probably ones that I'll get wrong. I went Uncharted number 5, Elena Fisher.
Okay.
You know what got me? You know what got me with her?
What the tank top? What?
TV reporter.
Good one. Now this is kind of why I wanted the Uncharted series follows Nathan Drake.
Nathan Drake, that's right. I knew that.
On the course of not just a journey of discovery, right? And finding loot, but he also, you know, on these journeys, you know, he's clearly not the only one going after this loot or sought after loot, right? Think National Treasure, right? You've seen the movie National Treasure, right?
Yeah.
But beefed up with like a lot of first person shooting. And the really cool thing that takes you along the story, right, is finding the treasure, like going out and trying to solve the puzzles like on the map. There's certain things that will open up if you hit a certain switch, you know, in a different area, and there's also hiding spots and little Easter eggs that you got to find. Nathan Drake, the series of Uncharted explores a lot of this, and so does I'm sure that we'll get to it, Tomb Raider here, which I'm sure we're going to talk about Lara Croft in a little bit. But yeah, if you haven't played, and this is something that you can actually play, so you can actually get down on Uncharted because you have a PlayStation 5.
Oh, nice. All right.
And I think you can, matter of fact, I think it's on sale right now for like $10 or something. You know what, Rodney? You know what, Ronnie, because we talked about it, we had to go to Ronnie here for this one, right? We were going to have to go to Ronnie for this list.
Yeah.
I might be sending you some gifts, buddy.
Nice.
I might be sending you some gifts.
Nice. All right. Well, you know where to find me. But yeah, I mean, I looked at that one and I said, I could get into that. I could get, and she is attractive. So yeah, that.
Oh yeah, she's good looking digital woman.
Yeah.
Right.
So that's my number 5. Number 5.
Okay. Now my number 5. I'm probably you probably have no idea, but this is another game that you can play because you have a PlayStation 5, and that's kind of I didn't really restrict myself to PlayStation 5, but I did kind of think about that in terms when I made this list, because I do want you to be able to go back and check out these references at some point. All right. The name is Yennefer. And for those of you guys that are familiar and observe, it's The Witcher, or the Witcher series, Witcher 3 in particular, right? But Yennefer is the female heroine from the series Witcher, which I'm sure that I don't know if you've seen the Netflix adaptation for it, but it's Gerald it had Harry Cavill for what, 2 seasons, I think, and now it's got one of the Liam Helmsworth, I think the younger brother of Chris Helmsworth is kind of taken over as the next Gerard. But yeah, it's a fantastic series where he goes and fights monsters, demons, creatures, anything that you can think of the evil. And he's kind of like I wouldn't call him evil himself, but he's got magical powers, right? He can, he's got some stuff that he can tap into the dark world with. But he's also, he's a mythical creature himself. I don't want to spoil it and give it away for you. I want you to be able to go. But if you're into raunchy and fictional stuff and crazy monster series and stuff, that I highly advise you check it out on Netflix as well as playing it on PlayStation.
Man, raunchy and fictional sounds like pornography.
Look, I'm gonna tell you right now, it totes that line. It's not exactly pornography, but it gets a little softcore porn, and even the game is pretty open. You know what I mean? Like it's got some dialogue in the game that's just like, Jesus. I mean, this is almost like Penthouse Forums.
Damn, nice. All right, so number 4 for me. And again, this is character or
best Witcher game is Witcher 3.
Huh?
Sorry, like that was just asked in the channel for me, Rob. Witcher 3 for me was it just had you could do it all. Now, don't get me wrong, like Witcher 2 was fun, but Witcher 3 was just revolutionary.
Nice. Number 4, who I think would be in my top 5, just from what I'm just learning. I went to Faith Connors, Phoenix Carpenter.
Okay.
I could dig. I could dig. I think that's older. I think that's an older game. I believe. But yeah, I like that. Hiding from the government. It seems like kind of what this is all about, kind of underground. I could get me in with a little bit of Faith Connors. And I like the name
Faith Connors. It's a classic
Rolls
heroine name, right? It's a classic strong heroine name. Like you can go with it. It's almost like a Sarah Connor,
Yeah.
If Sarah Connor were to be a video game character, a video game heroine, I could probably get with Sarah Connor.
I had a coworker, or she's actually my boss at one point, and her last name was Connors, and she was like a total badass, just powerful. And that's the first thing when I see this, I'm like, oh, that kind of reminds me of that Connors lady. Don't need to be saying her name, but yeah, I like it. Faith Connors,
not Roseanne Connors.
Roseanne Connors.
Huh? Oh, Roseanne and Dan Connors.
The greatest national anthem ever. Roseanne.
Crotch grab and a spit. That's the first talk to I heard around the world right there.
That woman drives me crazy, man. I'll tell you. She's
all right. My number 4. So I don't know if this actually, we didn't really specify humans, right? As our heroines. I guess we can kind of use aliens. And Samus Aran from the old Nintendo series of Metroid. This is the first female character I remember playing as a kid. 1989, 1988, circa 1988, like 3rd or 4th grade is when I started playing Metroid and discovered Samus Aran was the heroine with the most, man. Able to slaughter all types of aliens all throughout the galaxy, and then able to beat Mother Brain to save the galaxy essentially. And then you rise up above everything, you ascend outside the blast radius, and there you go. That's my first, or that was my, it was my first female heroine that I remember playing with in Nintendo. And this comes from the Nintendo series. I wanted to go with Zelda, but you never really played with Zelda. And actually, I got to walk that back. Mario 2, you played with Zelda, but that was Doki Doki Panic, if you really want to be technical. It wasn't really Mario Brothers 2. Nerds!
All right. Yeah, good call. Good pull.
Good call. Rodney's just like all over the head.
What he said.
This is probably going to be one of my favorite segments of all time. So thank you for allowing me to do this.
Hey, dude, no, I'm telling you, I learn things. I learn things. Number 3. So the top three, I am really familiar with. So the top 3 were pretty easy. Going all the way back, you got it. Tifa Lockhart, my man.
Oh, how was she only number 3?
Well, yeah, number one, you're going to be like, that don't count, but it does. Number 1 will count because I verified it. But yeah.
Tifa Lockhart. We're gonna save Tifa Lockhart for a little bit down the road here. But Tifa Lockhart from the series of Final Fantasy.
That's right.
Final Fantasy 7. Just one of the most beautiful games you'll ever play in your life, and arguably one of the longest and most compelling storylines all around all in gaming. It came on 2 discs on the original PlayStation, and it really didn't open up. Like, the game didn't even open up originally until you got past the first disc.
Wow.
And once you got out of what's the town? I can't think of the town that you're in. Midgar. Once you're in Midgar, once you're out of Midgar, you see the world open up, and then you're just like, holy shit. Now that's basically when the game unlocks and you see the entire game, the complete game. But for the first disc itself, you're essentially just going around doing missions in Midgar, and then it just opens up and you go play the entire game. So yeah, I highly advise, and they are releasing it. They're remastering Final Fantasy 7 in installments and putting it out there on the market for you guys to purchase. I highly advise you guys check that out. It's a great storyline. Also just the lore. That's like, I do a lot of this just for the graphics. Like, of course I love to see, all the fun digitized stuff come to play and the action and the gameplay of it, but also like the lore. The lore is kind of what gets me here too. Like, you guys know me, man. I love movies. I'm a movie critic, but there's so much lore that goes into these games too. They're almost like, movies or series that you would follow for years, right? I mean, taking consideration this series that I'm starting to watch now. It's been out for a while, and it's called Mythic Quest. Troy got me on Mythic Quest. They kind of walk through all this stuff. They go from sprint to sprint, talking about what they're going to do with DLCs too. It's like now with games, it's crazy how games evolved into something that they are now, right?
And I think that this is really, I think these games really set a precedent, because like now with Netflix and Paramount and Julio and all these
adaptations.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah. All these different things that you can watch. It was like video games was doing that before you had all these different streaming things where you could go in and follow a series and Schitt's Creek and all these different things. I mean, I know that the animation part versus the real thing, but it's like, this was way before that. But yeah, Tifa, give me Tifa. She's my
LB says it sounds like a chat room that grew up in a Harry Potter timeline. I never watched Harry Potter, honestly.
My kids read it.
I never watched Harry Potter, never seen Pokemon, never seen any of that, but I appreciate you guys checking it out. Yeah, I'm 44.
They go do all that, and I'm like, y'all have fun. I ain't going. I went to the Miley Cyrus movie. That's about as good as they got me to do any of that shit.
Jake says the Halo TV series absolutely does not count, though. Okay. Yeah, I haven't seen that one yet, but I heard that adaptation isn't exactly up to par. My number 3, Jill Valentine from the Resident Evil series. If you're into shooter games and if you're into horror movies and horror games and horror genres, Resident Evil 1 through, take your pick. Fantastic. But Jill Valentine, she's a character from there. Also made appearances and camos in Dead by Daylight, which is another game. It's kind of like an adult hide and seek if you want to play with scary characters and stuff, where you kind of got to hide around obstacles and not be seen by the bad guy that's going to kill you, which can be Michael Myers or even the masked Scream dude from Scream. But yeah, there's Freddy Krueger's in it as well. It's crazy. The only one I think from the 80s movies that isn't in it is like Jason Voorhees, and that's because of a copyrights issue. But anyways, Jill Valentine from Resident Evil.
Yep. Let's see. What do we got? 6 minutes. Okay. Number 2, I went, obviously the low hanging fruit. I went to Lara Croft.
That's my number 2. We can,
it's like,
we can talk in unison about this.
Doesn't know that one. Yeah.
Take your pick with Lara Croft. They even started doing side missions or collabs with Nathan Drake here too. It kind of ran along the same type of principle there. Lara Croft is a Tomb Raider. She's seeking loot. She's also fighting bad guys that are kind of doing the exact same thing that she's going to, private contractors. The fun thing about Tomb Raider wasn't just the first person play and the style that you got to use with it, but it was also going around and finding puzzles that was around, that unlocked other stuff around the map that got you to other portions to where it got you to advance further into the storyline as well. But most of the time with Tomb Raider, you're trying to figure out puzzles in a map instead of just doing a lot of first-person shooter. Lara Croft, fantastic. Obviously portrayed on the big screen by Angelina Jolie, and I think Gerald Butler might have been in those films as well. But yeah, Angelina Jolie did a fantastic job with her portrayal of Lara Croft. I'd love to see another rendition of Lara Croft come to life here. It's a fantastic storyline, and look, you can go all around the world with it, man. Number 2 for me and you, Lara Croft.
And the new Lara Croft either needs to be, because we have to get one of these names mentioned today, Sydney Sweeney or Sabrina Carpenter.
Yeah. I don't know if you can do.
I don't think either one of
Sydney
those.
Sweeney as Lara Croft. She's a blonde. Like Lara Croft to me has to be a brunette.
That's got to be a brunette. Yeah,
like,
absolutely.
It just has to be a brunette.
Now
I could see Haley Atwell as Lara Croft.
It could be. Yeah.
Do you know who Haley Atwell is?
Good call. Yeah. Could be.
British heroine.
Heroine.
Oh God. If Haley Atwell was ever voiced a character in a video game series, she'd probably be my favorite heroine character. No, it's not just the voice actress that makes it. You actually got to be you got to take down some bad guys or some aliens, man.
Yeah, that's right.
Number 1 for you, amigo.
Number 1 for me, lame as shit, but it is a female in video games, and I played this years and years and years at Pizza Hut, Miss Pac-Man. And that is
that's a good pull.
That is a heroine.
Hey, she killed ghosts.
I was looking for that, and I'm like, okay, that one counts. That one counts. I will still play that. My girl, the great Miss Pac-Man.
Number 1 for me, we kind of alluded to it already, was your number 3, Tifa Lockhart. Tifa Lockhart's fantastic. She's got the iron knuckles of steel. Iron knuckles of steel. That's redundant. But she beats the ass of a lot of foes out there. She helps Cloud. She helps Cloud and God, I forget the other names of the characters there. But anyways, Ariel. I think Ariel might be another character in it. Barrett is the 4th guy, but she helps her team out, along the way to take down a few of the ghouls and goblins there in Final Fantasy. If you guys haven't seen Final Fantasy, I highly advise you guys check that out. Again, all these games that we noted with our female heroines, they are some of the best games that you'll ever play. And it's the storylines that you're also getting with these games too. Sure, it's interactive storylines, but if you have the time to sit through and appreciate some of the lore that goes down with it, you'll venture into my world a little bit and see what I'm able to do behind the scenes when I'm not talking sports. This is kind of what I've worked on for the my career since I've gotten out of the military. It's been turning my attention to games and programming and trying to get into that genre in this saturated market of it. But thank you guys for entertaining me and allowing me to do this top 5. I appreciate it. And I know it wasn't exactly up to sports cuff, but nonetheless, this is a morning show anyways. But that's my top 5.
So tell me this, kind of your thoughts. I mean, because like we talk about the way we do radio and the way we do all this other shit now and streaming and 4K versus whatever. And when it comes to the gaming part, when it comes to the animation and it comes to how you build and kind of talk about the evolution of that, man, because I think for somebody that does that, it has to be so freaking badass. Because I know me with streaming, I'm like, now I remember how I was doing radio streams in 2008, and to watch it now, it's like I don't have to have all this other shit like we used to do. Just the technology has had to have made this so freaking badass.
I don't think I understand your question.
The evolution, how now the evolution of graphics, the evolution.
I would say it's game engines and graphic graphic applications that can help do with that, like an Unreal. Are you familiar with like engines like Unreal and and stuff like that allow you to put these programs and allow you to put physics and variables in games and stuff? Some of it's coding, but a lot of it, you talk about shortcuts and kind of simplifying things. There's stuff called blueprinting too, that you can essentially just find the code that's already been mapped out for you and place it into a pad or whatever that'll help you run the code. And then once everything is to your liking, you hit run and it's supposed to play as a game. But it's not essentially going in there and actually adding your programming and writing your code and scripting your code. It's kind of automated for you. You just kind of got to piece it together. That's why they call it blueprinting.
Nice.
It's kind of already been written for you. You're just kind of applying the pieces. But again, that's like way down the road of Nerd City here. I'd love to talk more about that with you guys. But yeah, ultimately, man, it's just evolution. It's evolution of better gear, better equipment that allows people to put better graphics up on the screen for people,
pretty cool
people to play.
I can tell you just from like with the PS5. I mean, obviously playing college football 25, but the racing games that I bought,
dude, you can go back and play retro games on that PlayStation 5 too. You don't have to just play all the new age games.
Yeah, no, but I mean, I like playing the new ones because I shit you not, Wags. This dirt car game that I have, this World of Outlaws game, it is so. I mean, it's crazy.
Oh, I think I know. I got to check it out.
World of Outlaws. Yeah, you can be a sprint car or a late model.
Where's the TSU Oculus? I do have a TS. I don't know if it's the TSU Index that we're proclaiming that thing, but I do have a VR headset. And yeah, see, I like I've said many times, guys. I am 100% a nerd, and I'll probably die, playing a video game, on my deathbed and stuff like that. That's just where I am.
Hey,
but yeah, Rodney, if you ever want to start the season up, let's fire it up, man. Get college football. Get a whole Texas Sports Unfiltered league going. League.
We were doing some stuff last night, and I was doing some show prep, and my wife is like, "What are you doing?" And I said, "Oh, I'm trying," because obviously there's a picture of women up on their laptop downstairs. She's like, "What are you doing?"
I'm sorry.
I said, "I'm researching. What do you call them?
Heroines."
I said, "I'm researching heroines," and she's like, "Why?" I said, "It's our top 5. It's like video game heroine."
Did she look at you like an idiot for calling them heroines?
No. Her first thought was, Wags is about to put you down a whole nother rabbit hole. She said, "This guy."
I wouldn't do that to you, man. But I appreciate you doing the research nonetheless.
Well, no, she wasn't mad about the women thing. She's like, that's going to be yet another
not real women.
Yet another distraction that's going to prohibit me from doing productive things. I'm like, it's Wag's fault. It's Wag's fault. It's the randomizer.
Video games are productive.
Pinche randomizer.
Wag's the randomizer.
The pinche randomizer. I'll tell you. Hey,
Wags, you got any money on the game tonight?
I don't. Not yet. I got to look at the lines here. I honestly haven't looked at them all that close because I've been working on heroines.
I tell you what, Walsh's pick with Atlee Rutschman yesterday on Barrios.
Mm.
Said, hey, if you're looking for some pitcher versus batter props, Rutschman kind of owns Barrios there. Why don't you take a flyer on Rutschman going yard? Sure as shit. Atlee went yard.
Yeah. Hey, I wish I'd have taken something that Juan Soto was going to get fanned as the final out of the Astros game.
He also called O'Neill, right? He said O'Neill with the five consecutive opening day home runs. Mm-hmm. O'Neill hit 6 opening day. He got his 6th one. 6 consecutive opening day. Tyler O'Neill, tip of the cap, buddy, for the Birds, contributing for the Birds. Birdland, 12-2 over the Blue Jays.
Did it again. Felt bad for my Rangers friends. Rangers go down early. Game one. Don't worry. Going to be fine.
I got a lot more to play, amigo.
Only 161 to go. Only 161. Wags, before we bring the guys on.
Anything else on the slate we got to get to?
I wanted to ask, because I know I texted you that and I was joking and you kind of laughed back when I said it, but we think
LeBron. Stephen A. and LeBron.
Yeah. What a.
Yeah, I feel like he goes through this. Like, this isn't the first time he's gotten into it with an NBA star. Like he and KD go at it all the time, do they not?
Yeah.
Like, you don't want to mess with me, right? Remember when he got all deep, like in the damn camera and tried to do a damn monologue and talking about making threats to Kevin Durant and shit. I ain't got time for Stephen A. Smith, man.
See, I wonder about this yesterday, because like when he's talking about Braun not going,
didn't they squash it though? Didn't he came on and said what the man that I talked to was a father, it wasn't a professional? Didn't he like give a half-ass apology?
I thought it was all fixed, but apparently
I
think LeBron went on what's his name, the guy that wears the tank
top.
Oh,
he did. He went on McAfee. He went on McAfee.
And he was talking shit. And
is this staged? Is this staged for ratings?
Me, right? I was listening to
I'm serious. Like you have to ask that legitimate question in today's day and age.
Yeah.
Everything is almost like a fucking simulation.
Yeah. I was listening to Michelle Beadle yesterday, and she's all into WWE, and she's like, I know WWE. This looks WWE. Because it was like all done. And then, but the thing is, when Stephen Smith starts talking about LeBron not going to Kobe's service and all of these different things, I'm like, okay,
that's below the belt, right? That's personal shit.
That's uncalled for. That is totally uncalled for.
Well, I mean, it's factual though.
Yeah, it is. It is.
I mean, he's a journalist doing his job, and he's using his ammo that he has. But I mean, it might be uncalled for.
LeBron called the other guy out. What's his name? Wimby or Wendy or the reporter, the white dude that comes on there. I don't know what the guy's name is.
Winnie,
whatever.
Ryan Windhorst.
Ryan
Windhorst. Yeah, Windhorst was a guest of 104.9 at one time.
Nice.
Big Winnie the Pooh.
Winnie the Pooh.
Yeah,
Winnie the Pooh.
That's it.
Yeah.
I do have something. That guy.
He called them all out. LeBron ruining the game.
I was kind of surprised.
Hey, I heard going off the air, you little shitheads like to get down on some Fortnite.
Yes.
What's up? You want some dubs? Hit me up. Let's go. I'm serious. No scoping. Not even an issue. Let's get it. We gotta go no build though, gents. No build.
You don't build. Don't worry. Don't worry.
Thank you. You guys are varsity. You guys are varsity ball players now.
Yeah, we try. All Americans.
All Americans.
There
I
it is.
I love it.
That's what I'm saying.
What else? I mean, you guys just not to bogart your all's hour or whatever, but I'm geeking out. I'm going down Nerd City here. We've been talking about top 5 video game heroines here.
Real quick, pause. How does this have anything to do with video game heroine? Like, how did this get brought up?
What happened? I missed it.
What happened?
42 million. Look up 42 million Sophie. I don't even know who that is. I should know, right?
There you go. Good job, Wags. There you go.
Just stay off Twitter. Somebody I should stay off Twitter. Is somebody I should know?
Stay off Twitter. No, you shouldn't.
Right. I don't actually even know who that is.
Yeah, that's when Ronnie don't no idea what's going on. We all might be in trouble.
When Ronnie don't know, Ronnie's got to go to work.
Now I'm intrigued. Now I got to look the damn thing up.
All right. Well, save that for after air.
Okay. Definitely going to do that.
Share screen.
You don't want to see my live reaction?
No, I'm good. Okay. I'm good.
But what I was going to ask, what other games do you all play besides Fortnite? First person shooters. I'm sure you guys play the sports games.
No other games really. It's just Fortnite, NCAA, and 2K. That's it for me.
No NHL. You don't play NHL? NHL's got a great online.
I've heard NHL is fun. I'm just not a hockey guy.
You basically got to buy the game twice because you got to put your points in there. You got to get your attributes up to even be worth a shit. Gotcha. But you got to pay like $120 to actually have a decent character.
Nick, I was telling Wags, you need to try World of Outlaws, dude. That damn thing. You strap in that sprint car, and it's like holy smoke.
It is fun. Now the game back in like the early 2010s, that was my shit. I haven't played any. Is there a newer one?
Yeah, I think it's 24. I think it's a World of Outlaws 24, and
I've been
intense.
back. I got back on Grand Theft Auto 5 online. They enhanced it for PC ports. So I've been out there. I migrated my character.
You're on the
back to
PC with it?
days.
Yeah. You can drive a late model too. You can drive a
What do
late
you
model.
usually play on, Wags?
What's that?
What like system do you usually play on?
PC. Except sports games I play on PlayStation.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, we don't have a ton of time, and we're kind of always on the clock, so we can't really like play video games a ton. But
Fortnite's compatible though.
So it's like I don't have time for y'all's measly games.
shut up. That's not what I meant. Like, my job is to report on high schoolers. I don't want to act like I have a serious job, but like, I exclusively only play Fortnite if there's other people on, and if not, I'm playing Dynasty, and that is it as of late. I haven't
If you ever have a wild hair or an itch to make some kids cry at night, give me a call.
Did y'all see the video of Dale Earnhardt Jr. had like the whole spreadsheet and is like he takes CFP 25 so seriously.
He's got a playbook?
Yeah, he's got a playbook, like which players are best with which plays. He's customized his playbook. He's like a general manager. It's unreal.
I saw that video, but did not watch it.
Yeah. It's old Dale.
All right, gents. Y'all have a great weekend, man. GG's. Get that dub. Get that dub.
Oregon Trail, the Oregon Trail app back in the day used to be me and my parents were divorced. At each side or each house, I had 7 people. The other house had 8 people. So we were road tripping everywhere. And with all my siblings, we had to get some good road trip games. And the main one we would all play is Oregon Trail. The only problem was that game, if I remember correctly, like we had like the first gen, or not first gen, one of the first few gens of like the iPod touches, if y'all remember those. And they only had like 16, some of them 32 gigabytes. The Oregon Trail app was like 10 gigabytes. I don't know, Nick, if you ever got into the app, but
I never played this game.
Yeah, no, the Oregon Trail was my shit on road trips for sure. That was a good era of like the mobile games. Now, I mean, obviously I'm growing up, so I don't play them, but I assume they're not making them like they used to. But anyways, we'll get into it. Lone Star Playbook. I'm Jordan Scruggs. That's Nick Harris. A lot of different things we can get into. You did miss the Texas Pro Day, so did I. And also wanted to talk about this. Yesterday, Will and I were planning on doing some talk of like the practice availability, team stuff with Texas, but unfortunately, they canceled the practice availability about 2 hours before it yesterday. The night before, they sent out a thing saying like, hey, if there's rain or bad weather, they're going to be in the bubble and media isn't allowed in there for that practice. And I look at the forecast and it's like a 30% chance. So I'm like, oh, this isn't nothing. The practice is at 9:10 in the morning. I'm going to leave Fort Worth by like 5:45 at the latest. So I'm like an hour 15 into this drive.
That's tough.
And I see the notification that they canceled it. And I'm like, are you effing serious? Like, it's way better than if I was like already in Round Rock or Georgetown. You know, I had just like turned on to 35 when it forks together. But yeah, that's why we didn't talk anything Texas. So hopefully they'll have a practice availability here soon to make up for it because I did miss the first one and still need to go get photos over there. But we're going to start with some pro days. Again, no, you missed the Texas one, but you're in Aggie Land yesterday. That was yesterday?
It was.
Yeah, tell us about that. And I know, you seem like you're mostly there for Shamar Stewart in regards to the Cowboys, but what else, what other stuff did you pick up, stand out from there?
Yeah, there were 3 head coaches and 3 GMs in attendance at A&M. Head coaches were D'Amico Ryans for the Texans, Brian Schottenheimer for the Cowboys, and Raheem Morris for the Falcons. And then there were 3 GMs in attendance. They had Houston with Nick Caserio, Atlanta with Terry Fontenot, and then Green Bay's GM was also in attendance, over 80 NFL personnel. 3 defensive linemen that I think are probably the only shots for A&M to get draft picks. I think those are going to be the only 3 guys that get drafted. Shamar Stewart, he'll go in the first round. Shamar Turner and Nick Scourton will go on day 2. Shamar Stewart did not work out. He had a hamstring issue that he battled from combine that he was, being precautionary for. I mean, he had a good day at the combine. He may as well have just said, I had a good day at the combine. And there's no reason to work out here. So,
Like 4.5 sacks in 3 years, though. You're supposed to show us you're this freak that everyone thinks you are again. You know,
Yeah.
I don't know.
I did ask Mike Elko about that. If you wanted to pull up that clip, if not, it's fine. But that was one thing that I wanted to press on them about, is like, okay, this is the one big knock you have against your draft process. Why? And I thought Elko gave a good answer. I thought Stewart gave a bad answer. We'll see. He's kind of an interesting kid, but he's going to take a 30 visit with the Cowboys next week. He's one of 30 prospects that the Cowboys can bring in from out of town to host for a facility visit. He'll be one of them. A lot of those names are starting to roll in. East Carolina DB Siobhan Revel is going to be one of those. Why do I think Alfred Collins is going to be another? I'm pretty sure Alfred Collins is on that list.
I did see the Texas Longhorns you posted for 30-day visits are Drew Makuba and then Alfred Collins.
Yeah, like Andrew Makuba is another. Drew Makuba is interesting because like the Cowboys don't need a safety necessarily, and they would have to take Makuba on day 2. And if they took a safety on day 2, this fan base would riot. So that one's interesting to me. Although I think Makuba's got some versatility, so maybe that's the thought process. Can he play nickel? I was
going to say, is there a nickel in the new Cowboys defense?
No, they need a nickel and they need an outside corner until Traylon Diggs gets healthy, if he ever gets healthy. They really need a plan for the fact that he might not ever be healthy again. So they need a couple of corners in this draft. But at A&M yesterday, head coach Brian Schottenheimer for the Cowboys, DC Matt Eberflus, VP of Player Personnel Will McClay, defensive line coach Aaron Whitecotton, a couple of scouts. I mean, they had the biggest contingency of all 32 teams at Texas A&M yesterday. They were at Ohio State on Wednesday, and then today they're at Ole Miss checking out a lot of these guys. So that's pro day stuff.
All right, so I have 2 questions. Of those 3 teams, A&M, Ohio State, Ole Miss, do you feel like any form of confidence in being like, I really think if this guy's here, Dallas is taking him? Like, is there a specific guy from any of those 3 schools? And then the second question is, how upset would you be if the Cowboys drafted Princely Umanmielen and you had to cover him again?
Yeah, we would have to have a serious conversation if me and Princely ran into each other again. The context there is that he screwed me on his commitment back in high school. Told me to my face, "Hey, I'm going to Baylor." Gave me quotes and everything. I put it in a crystal ball, and then the next day the kid committed to Florida and blocked me on everything. And I was like, all right, cool. Sounds good, man. That was like the first time I got burned in the industry. And so, yeah, if he gets drafted in the second round, we're going to have a little discussion, me and Princely, about how you go about things. But, that would not be best case scenario. But you talk about guys at those 3 schools, I think they have the number 44 overall pick. It's the 12th pick in the second round. It wouldn't shock me at all if somebody from one of these 3 schools ends up being the pick at 44. At Ohio State, you have defensive tackle Tyleik Williams. You got the 2 running backs in Quinshon Judkins and Travion Henderson. If Josh Simmons, the offensive tackle, were to fall that far, I think he could certainly be in play. Emeka Egbuka is probably not going to be there at 44, but that's a guy that I think the Cowboys are definitely doing a lot of research on. Would not surprise me if Will Howard is the guy for backup quarterback for Dak Prescott. He's a very
round 7. Somewhere in there.
This would probably be round 5. I think this is an opportunity probably in round 5 that we can look at Will Howard, just because his skill set coming out right now is very similar to what Dak's was when he came out of Mississippi State. He's got a couple inches on Dak height wise, but the weight's the same. The design run packages are the same. His ability to run outside of the pocket. I mean, he would be a natural fit in whatever scheme that Dak Prescott is heading up. So. I really do think he's an interesting option for potentially a backup quarterback. Then at Ole Miss.
Sorry, could we take a time out there? What are your thoughts on Will Howard? Do you think he could actually be successful in the NFL? Because, I mean, obviously he was very talented and good at K-State, but at Ohio State, he was the 6th or 7th best player on that offense.
Yeah.
A bus driver,
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
like that is far from what Dak experienced at Mississippi State, where he got them to being the number 1 team in the country during his time there. And, I know they probably had another NFL guy or 2 on those teams, but it 1,000% was less talent than what Will Howard had around him this year,
Yeah, and the thing about Dak, too, is that was in his sophomore season at Mississippi State. He still had 2 years after that, and he regressed, and that's why he ended up being a 4th-round pick. Dan Mullen, he's going to do it one way or the other. He's gonna tank a good opportunity. But I think with Will Howard, you're not asking him to start. You would if Dak got hurt. Would he be the safest option in this draft? No, not for me. Like if you were asking me who would be the perfect backup for Dak, it would be Kyle McCord out of Syracuse. But I think this is a guy that it would make sense for the Cowboys to pick. It's a similar type guy. They have experience at Ohio State. There would be some familiarity there. And then Brian Schottenheimer is looking for a young quarterback, and he's doing research on Will Howard. That one would be interesting. But at Ole Miss today, a few guys that I think are in play at 44. You have Princely Mamiellan, as we mentioned, the defensive lineman, formerly of Florida, transferred to Ole Miss. Corner Trey Amos, which is one of my favorite players in the draft. I think he could definitely be in play at 44 if he's there. Wide receiver Trey Harris, one of the more explosive players in the draft. Obviously Jackson Dart, but I don't think the Cowboys will be in play for Jackson Dart.
Yeah. Sorry, shooting a text. Real quick, just wanted to circle back with Princely Mamiellan. I do think, just want to make it clear. Nick was not in the wrong there, and I think that has become more and more clear as his career went on, and he tried to fight Florida fans in the swamp after he got kicked out of the game this year. So I don't know, but hey, his little brother's now at Ole Miss, Prince Will, who actually his recruitment suffered a bit, I think, because of how Princely handled himself the years before. There are a lot of people at Manor that felt like that. So, and I mean, he had a great true freshman year at Nebraska, kind of had a sophomore slump, but, hey, now in Oxford, like his older brother. Pretty, I don't know, very different programs that the Cowboys will be seeing, just going from A&M to Ohio State to Ole Miss. Any other 30 visits off the top of your head? I wrote down a few: Shamar Stewart, obviously Drew Makuba, Alfred Collins. The ECU DB, Siobhan Ravel.
Yeah, there you go.
Any other guys off the top of your head that?
Okay, I was like, is that a question?
Oh, no.
No, that's what I got so far. And there will be more that come out over the course of the next week. Hayden Connor had an in-person meeting with the Cowboys earlier this week ahead of the pro day. They'll host Ashton Jency on a local day visit. Damian Martinez out of Miami, Ollie Gordon out of Ohio State, Brashard Smith out of SMU. These are all local day guys. And then there's a couple UDFA potentials that are also a part of that local day situation. But Savion Williams is another one out of TCU. But yeah, it's that happens next weekend. The local day is on April 4th. I will be heading to South Florida on Sunday for league meetings, and then coming back on Wednesday and chasing that stuff down.
Yeah, tell us about those league meetings. One, what makes it important for obviously the teams itself, but two, what makes it important for you to make the effort to be there?
Yeah, well, Jerry Jones talks, and Jerry typically talks wherever he can, but this offseason's been a little different. He didn't talk at Combine, he didn't talk at Senior Bowl, he didn't talk at winter meetings back in December. So this is the first opportunity to really sit down with Jerry in a while. He did talk right after the Zach Martin retirement presser, but it was only for 7 minutes, and then he was pulled away. So I'm excited to see what he has to say about Michael Parsons' extension conversation. Are they going to talk to Deron Bland this offseason to extend him? There's a lot of questions being had with that, and how that'll move forward. I mean, we can ask him some of these draft questions. Hey, what does a backup quarterback look like to Dak Prescott? Are you more worried about corner or receiver right now? And there's a lot to discuss there. But aside from Jerry, this league meeting is where they do all the rule changes for the NFL, and they approve them and go forward with them. And I figured we could go through some of these because I think it's interesting. So, proposed by the Detroit Lions to eliminate an automatic first down as a penalty imposed for defensive holding and illegal contact. This one's fascinating to me because defensive holding is called so much, and I guess they're saying take the automatic first down aspect away from it and just give them either 5 or 10 yards. What do you think about that one?
I mean, what happens if it's 3rd and 4, first down?
Well, offsides it would be first down too.
Yeah, I mean, defensive holding is almost never called in college, which I typically don't, tend to watch more than the NFL. So don't really have a ton of thoughts there, but even though he's an Aggie, I do tend to agree with most of what Dan Campbell says or talks about. So I don't know. Would be interesting to see, what the response is though from, the other teams in the league. But that's not the worst one. The worst one I saw was that this is now a 15-yard penalty, wiping your nose.
They're not even voting on that one. They just automatically wiped that one away, which I'm going to ask the competition committee next week about that. Be like, why? Like, what are we doing here? What is the violent gesture? Is it like a cocaine reference? Like, what are we doing? Like,
imagine you just get Roger Goodell to be like, no sliming out ops in the NFL. We're not doing that. No wiping your nose. All right.
Do that in the UFL.
Yeah, take your ass to the XFL with but
some modifications to the kickoff rule. I liked the kickoff rule last year. I thought it helped the game. They're proposing a couple of modifications. One, that they would change if it's a touchback into the end zone. Last year it was brought out to the 30-yard line. They're proposing bringing it to the 35-yard line, so it would encourage even more kick opportunities. I don't know if I like that. I say keep it at the 30. The 30 is fine. And it would they're proposing to permit the kicking team to declare an onside kick at any time during the game. Right now it's only in the fourth quarter if you're trailing. And so they're saying you can declare an onside kick at any time during the game if trailing. So that's one of them. And yes, CB, the Packers are trying to get the tush push banned. I think that's probably going to be the one that draws the most attention next week.
Okay, why do you have to declare you're kicking an onside?
Well, it's because all the players are 20 yards back. You'd have to declare it so they all come forward. So
I forget. I hate the new kick rules. Like, they are kind of cool when you have a guy like Kavontae Turpin back there, but I hate the touchback puts it on the 30. Like, I don't hate stick it on the 25 or the 20, Like, I know why they're doing it. They want more points and stuff like that. But, man, like, I hate how much the game has changed, especially, like, in college, how they sped it up with, the clock continuing to roll more now.
Yeah.
Don't like some of these changes. I get it. They want to make it more entertaining. And I'm sure part of that is seeing, I guess, how, like, the MLB, probably was rewarded for bringing in the pitch clock and other things like that. But
for sure.
I don't know. I'm just I do not like change. So I guess keep it rolling. Tell us the other ones. The Packers tush push thing is weak. Just like stop it. Figure out a way to stop it, or run it yourself. I don't know.
If you could pull up this comment here by Jake Bayless. Yeah, it's a good point. And that's unfortunately one of the downsides you get by this new kickoff rule, because the guys are 20 yards back. You will never be able to sneak an onside kick in. I mean, like, there's ways you could drop it like right into the landing zone and everyone, but you would have to have the perfect kicker with like the perfect chip shot to be able to make that happen. And it's just not realistic. But I will take more returns and safer play on kickoffs than the once a year surprise onside kick. But yeah, that is one of the best Super Bowl moments of all time, and unfortunately it's probably something we'll never see again. But I think it's warranted. I do like these new kickoff rules. Philadelphia is proposing that the regular season overtime rules are the same as postseason. I don't really have an opinion about that. It is what it is.
What is the Sorry, I know regular season, whoever scores a touchdown first wins the game. Playoffs is if someone scores a touchdown, the other team still gets a chance?
Yeah, they still get a chance to respond. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's how it should be. I kind of hate the overtime rules in the regular season, especially when they end in ties. That is the worst thing of all time.
It is kind of dumb. I think I've only seen 2 overtime games in person in my couple of years covering the beat. And both of them very fascinating. And then there's a lot of like CBA collective bargaining agreement amendments and stuff like that. The one that is most interesting to me is Detroit is proposing basically throwing out the division seeding stuff for playoffs. So you know how like last year you had a team like who won the NFC South? That was it was Tampa. So Tampa got in the playoffs at like, I don't know, it was like 9-8, right? but you had Minnesota and Green Bay that were like 12-5, 13-4, but they were wild card teams and they had to travel on the road to Tampa Bay or wherever else. Detroit is basically amending that, hey, yeah, if you win your division, you make the playoffs, but like you get seeded based on your record. I think that would take the importance away from winning your division, and that in football has always been the most important thing. That's where I become a little bit of a traditionalist when it's playoff rules and things like that. You come into play when it's more rules and kickoff on the field. But that's going to be something that I think get some attention next week as well.
Yeah. One thing that I've seen get some attention from those in Dallas, Hudson Clark, scheduled to make a Dallas State visit. Maybe I don't know. This is probably racist to some degree. Was he a former walk-on?
He was.
That earned a scholarship?
He was.
Okay. I just saw the photos of him at Highland Park, and I'm like, did Sam Pittman really give this cat a scholarship out of high school?
So he was a walk-on, and in his freshman season, he had 3 interceptions in a game against Ole Miss, and he kind of became like a little folk legend at Arkansas, and so they gave him a scholarship, and he became this big deal. And then and then they realized like he was not a scholarship player over the course of the next 4 years, but he'll get a chance at Dallas Day because he's a local kid, and maybe he makes some special teams impact somewhere in the league. But I put out a list a couple of weeks ago about like guys that were eligible for Dallas Day, and I was trying to stick to like draftable guys and like UDFA type guys. And I get an email saying that Hudson Clark is the best DB in the class and needs to be included on the list. So I just tweeted out that he's going to be there, and that's what it was.
Did what's his name? Randy Allen?
No.
Did he shoot you an email?
No, Randy Allen doesn't give 2 shits.
Yeah, no, I'm playing. The guy Frazier sent you an email. No, hey, I will say, before Michael Taft, there was Hudson Clark. Before Hudson Clark, there's Nathan Perotti. Do you even know who that is?
No.
So Nate Perotti. All right, give me a minute or two for Mr. Nate Perotti. Lake Travis legend.
Oh my God.
Basically the Lake Travis version of Michael Taft, except Michael Taft is better than him. Won't lie. But a ridiculously cold high school player. Played safety, receiver as a senior. As a junior, played safety. Sophomore, played safety. And he was a senior on that Lake Travis team that went to state and lost to Allen.
18.
Yeah, he was a senior on that team and was a sophomore on the 2016 state team that beat the Woodlands. But was just an awesome player, 100% effort, first in, last guy out. No one would recruit him because, unlike Taft, he wasn't like 5'11", 6 foot. He was like 5'8", 5'9". So eventually he got a walk-on offer to Arkansas in like March of his senior year. Committed to it right away, went up there and ended up working his way into the rotation on punt return and kick return as a 5'8" white walk-on safety. And eventually became their starter, had a few return touchdowns, ended up playing at the safety spot a few times, and I have no idea what he's up to now. But he would have been at Arkansas like right around the time Taft got to Westlake High School. I always remember early on comparing Michael Taft to him and then kind of just forgot about Perotti. But yeah. Hey, yeah, I know about Ethan. I've talked to the Novosad family about this cat a little bit before. I wonder what he's up to nowadays. I don't think he's still in the league anymore. But I don't know. Just made me think about that. Can you explain what's going on with Trey Lance? And this, I saw he's like in negotiations with the CFL team.
Yeah, so basically that's a protection for Trey. If he does not get an NFL deal anywhere, then Saskatchewan has the exclusive rights negotiating with him. So, like, if he doesn't end up in the league, he'll go to the CFL and play for Saskatchewan basically next year. But his pops played for Saskatchewan as a corner for a long time. His pops is like kind of a CFL legend from what I can gather. So that's all that's happening with Trey. But for the Cowboys, they're hoping he gets picked up before the draft because then he would be eligible for a compensatory pick next season. So, but I don't think that happens.
Yeah, learn to speak Saskatchewan Rough Riders, my boy.
Yeah. Get ready to learn maple syrup.
Yeah, there you go, Jake. Okay, cool. You should come back to Austin. Thanks, Steven Delgado. Hey, Longhorn Bear with some intel on the nose wiping banning in the NFL. He said Dan Patrick talked about it, said it resembles a gesture that the gangs use, parentheses, the Bloods, to signify a weak opposing gang. Stupid rule.
That just makes it that much cooler. Like,
yeah. I don't know. Yeah, I get the NFL return stuff. I hate change. So I don't know. All right. Last Cowboys thing. Dak Prescott, Cleveland Browns. Some trade stuff there. I gotta ask you about it. I want to hear aggravated.
Are we allowed to play the video? Because I think the video is hilarious.
Yeah, let me pull this up. Is this on your Twitter?
It's yeah. You just scroll far enough, you'll see me that I quote tweeted it. And while Jordan's pulling it up, I'll kind of give you guys the rundown. Some radio host, Yahoo in Cleveland on Tuesday, put out this report that the Browns are in negotiations to trade for Dak Prescott. And just watch how foolish this guy looks like communicating this. He's an absolute bozo. Let's go. Let's go here.
Get ready for this one. I got a pretty darn good source within the Browns organization.
It's Deshaun Watson.
I heard since our last show that part of the reason Myles Garrett was so willing to sign this extension for contract, money. The Browns are negotiating as we speak with the Dallas Cowboys for a trade for Dak Prescott. And Eric got all giddy about it. I don't know. We're not going anywhere with Prescott, even if they pull it off. Who's part of it? And draft picks. Now, Prescott has a hamstring injury as we speak, and he may not be ready for the start of training camp.
He'll be ready by OTAs.
But this comes from a couple of different sources. And take it for what it's worth. If it does come about, remember where you heard it first.
Jesus Christ.
It's honestly a great video. It's hilarious. But if you go to my quote tweet on it.
This dude there are people in this chat with more Twitter followers than this bozo. I don't recognize this guy.
And it's just, this is why the Dov Klemens of the world and the JPA football aggregate posting on Twitter is the absolute worst. Like, it's fucking awful because they give guys like this a platform. You know, let's say that this, what is his name? Bruce Drennan. Let's say that Bruce did actually hear from a legitimate, verifiable source with the Browns. He did not. That they're trying to trade for Dak Prescott, right? As a reporter, as someone who works in this industry, what you do is you go and you research why that makes sense, how it can make sense, and you integrate that within your report. If he had done a lick of research, he would have realized that it is physically, feasibly, financially impossible for both sides for this to work out. And it's stupid. If this were to happen, one, Dak Prescott has a no trade clause. So like we could stop there if we really wanted to. But let's say he waives it to go to fucking Cleveland, right? Because they're a perennial contender. You could go to Cleveland, right? And Dallas would take a $158 million dead cap hit in 2025. That would cripple them. They would not be able to field a roster. Next season, they would take a $98 million dead cap hit. They would again not be able to field a roster. In 2027, they would take a $67 million cap hit. That would cripple them. Let's go to the Browns side. They happen to be paying Deshaun, Wanker, a pretty heavy contract. Between him, Dak Prescott, and Kenny Pickett, they would be dedicating $432 million to the quarterback position alone for the next 4 years. It's not fucking happening. Like, just, oh my God.
Deshaun Wanker.
And somebody mentioned that Jane Slater, Steven Delgado mentioned that Jane Slater put him on blast pretty quick. And I give Jane credit because she reached out to a couple of sources of the Cowboys just to verify that's not happening. I couldn't muster the legitimacy in my like soul to like text somebody at the Cowboys and be like, hey, so is this legit? Like, I was just like, no, I'm not fucking doing this. Like, and that's where I give Jane credit because she'll do that shit. I'm not doing that shit. Like, it's Deshaun Gooner. Yeah, there you go, Jake.
Yeah.
But oh my god,
Hey, that cat's a character.
I got a pretty darn good source.
Who watches this? That's what I want to know.
That's a great. Apparently, Dov Kleeman.
Yeah. By the way, Big Play Sports Network Twitter bio says your number one source for Ohio sports talk, with shows now live in Cleveland, Columbus, and Cincy, based in Cleveland, Ohio.
Yeah.
Wow.
There's no one I prefer going to for my Ohio State news than Bruce Drennan. Let me tell you.
Yeah. Oh, I just noticed the community note on this thing says this report has been debunked by multiple reporters with real track records, including Jane Slater of NFL Network.
Real shit.
Yeah. Hey, some of these community notes are pretty funny. Gonna get into a little bit of hoops talk. Or actually, no, before we get into hoops talk, wanted to ask you. No, you posted this as a joke. But hey, there's an open Stanford job after Andrew Luck fired the Stanford head coach.
I actually missed the perfect opportunity here. It was right in front of me, and I just whiffed on it. Mike McCarthy's not the former Cowboys coach that makes sense for this job. It's Jason Garrett, because he was the runner-up for the job when Troy Taylor got it. Now, granted, Andrew Luck was not the GM at that time. I think Andrew Luck is going to hire a legit, proven college head coach, but I really missed the 8 ball on this one.
Yeah, I mean, who the hell can Luck hire, though? It's about to be April.
You know a name that got kicked up. I know a couple of Stanford grads that work in the industry, and I'd hit them up just be like, who do you think that they're going to hire? One name that was brought up that I think is kind of interesting is Belichick's kid. And I think that would be fascinating.
Okay, time out. How many kids does Belichick have?
It's the one that's the DC. Is it Steve Belichick?
Okay, well, here's the problem. Bill Belichick and his crew wouldn't sign anything with UNC until they had it in writing on the contract that his son was the head coach in waiting and he would be his DC. Mm-hmm. So I don't know how that would work with him.
That's fair, but it's an opportunity to coach at Stanford today rather than UNC 4 years from now. I don't know.
Stanford is just such a shitty job now. It
is.
You still have to only recruit kids that can actually get into the school. You have no NIL funds, and every single away game is across the country on the other side of the world almost.
Yeah.
It's
bad.
It's bad. And also, you're at a school where the GM can fire the head coach.
That is Jim Harbaugh's best coaching job ever. The fact that he got them to a New Year's Six Bowl. That's absolutely insane. I think he got them to multiple Rose Bowls, actually.
Okay, but looking back in retrospect, how much of that was Jim Harbaugh and how much of that was Andrew Luck? Like we talked about
on Monday. He didn't have Andrew Luck at that time. It was McCaffrey.
Oh, I'm just too young then, I guess.
Yeah, that was
I didn't really get to see a ton of Andrew Luck in college, but
yeah.
Hey, B Cave Elementary alumni, by the way. Andrew Luck lived in Austin Lakeway area for a little bit. Yeah,
fascinating. I did not know that. But did you see the statement from Andrew Luck? I mean, he was in basically the Andrew Luck way of saying things. He was like, "Yeah, Troy Taylor's a fucking idiot. We're gonna go ahead and fire him so we can move on and find another guy."
My thing, I knew they had to do it at some point, but why couldn't you all have done this in January or December or November? You had to watch some of his spring ball and be like, nah, this ain't the guy. What?
Yeah, I think that's a situation where probably Andrew Luck looked up because he's still getting settled at Stanford. I think he just took that job 6 months ago, where he's getting settled at Stanford, and he realized we're gonna have to move on after the season from this guy. Why don't we just do it now and start the search? So part of me gets it, but part of me is also their roster's gonna be bad. It's gonna be really, because when that spring portal opens up, all of them are leaving.
Nick, it's already open. Their head coach got fired. They can enter right now. They don't have to wait till mid-April.
That's fair. So, yeah, that's tough.
Yeah, I saw, just looking through a few different fan/team sites in the recruiting industry. I mean, it's kind of a slow time for news right now in college football. I saw several websites put out which Stanford players could insert school that site covers recruit, Hey, and it's funny because what is that cat out of Arlington Martin? The game that we met at, he was playing Ernest Cooper.
Yeah.
Yeah. Javian Toviano was also playing there before he turned into Mr. Secret alarm clock camera, who played every single. He didn't even get a suspension, by the way, for that, which was crazy.
Yeah,
I mean SEC, but
they got bigger problems at LSU. Kyron Lacey performed in their pro day, like
true,
anyway.
true. But no, I just thought it was interesting that Ernest Cooper, I've not heard about him at all, and he's heading into what will be year 4.
He sucked.
Yeah, no, trust me, I know he did, but like you figured someone that smart with all those traits would eventually figure it out, and he has not figured it out, So I don't know. We'll see. I bet SMU might target him. Who knows? And some other coaching stuff that is relevant to us. One of the best basketball coaches in the state is leaving the state, and he's taking his best player with him. Duncanville's David Peavy, who's been has been the spine, the backbone to Duncanville's run on the hardwood. Anthony Black, Ron Hall, and several other guys. How did they get there? Were they supposed to be there? Was it Peavy? Who knows? But he was coaching them. So, what does this kind of, I guess, tell you as the scene of the Dallas basketball scene kind of continues to weaken ever since that really strong 2022, 2023 or whatever it was?
Yeah, it's Duncanville will be fine. Their lead assistant, Kevin Boyle, will most likely take over. Their lead assistant, Neiman Ford, will most likely take over. And they'll be just fine. Ford can still coach that team, and he can still recruit for that team. David Peavy, he's a legend in DFW coaching. He's the stepdad of Beckham Black and Anthony Black, so it makes sense that Beckham's going to follow him to Florida. They're going to be, within an hour of Anthony Black now because he's playing for the Orlando Magic. So basically, this whole family's moving to Florida. It makes sense, but yeah, I talked about it on Twitter. It's the fact that like boys basketball, or really just basketball in general in the state of Texas, we're losing talent so quickly to these academies that we're now losing head coaches to these academies too. And that 2022 class with Anthony Black staying at Duncanville, and KJ Lewis was at Duncanville too, and he even stuck around for another year at Duncanville. And you had Cason Wallace staying at Richardson. Liam McNeely was still at Lake Highlands.
Keontae George was like, F all that staying stuff. I'm going to Florida.
Yeah, and Keontae George left and went to IMG, which, he was the odd man out there. But Jordan Walsh was at Faith Family before he transferred to Link Academy.
Trey Johnson.
Trey Johnson was at Lake Highlands. It was probably the last time we'll see that much talent in Texas at one time. And it's unfortunate. And I get it for these guys because development in basketball is so crucial. Because if you go to a school and a high school or a college, and this is an overarching basketball conversation, if you go to a high school or a college, or if you go play in Australia, if you go play in Lithuania, whatever, for a year, and it does not end up being the best thing for your development, you're going to be catching up for like 3-4 years. I mean, let's look at AJ Johnson, for example. He was the 5-star point guard that was committed to Texas, I believe, in Rodney Terry's first class.
Yeah, him and Ron Holland were in the same class and both dipped last minute.
Yeah, him and Ron Holland were in the same class, and they dipped right before signing day. AJ Johnson went to Australia, tanked his development, and he dropped to a second-round pick. He's working his way through the G League, but like he's having to catch up because of that decision that he made. Ron Holland, it worked out a little bit better for him, but he was struggling in the beginning for the G League Ignite program. So, I understand why kids would not want to stay at public schools. But, you do look at that 2022 class. Cason Wallace is basically the 6th man for the OKC Thunder right now. They're the number 1 seed in the West. Anthony Black is playing better and better as the season goes on for the Magic. Keontae George is now, granted, he did take that year at IMG, but he's the 6th man for the Utah Jazz on a roster that has a 6th man of the year and Jordan Clarkson. So it's tough.
How's Ron Holland done in the league?
Yeah, he's done really well. He had probably the best game of his career last week. He's still coming off the bench, but as the season has gone on, he's gotten so much better, and the Pistons are just so much fun. They finally have the right coach in place in Jamie Bickerstaff, and they're going to make the playoffs, which is just insane to say. Like, the turnaround they've had this year is quietly one of the better stories in the entire NBA. But he's not, his averages are not anything crazy, but it was earlier this week against New Orleans. He had 26 points, 5 rebounds, and 6 assists. He is one of the, I think he was only one of 2 players in NBA history, or excuse me, he's the youngest player in NBA history to have 25, 5, and 5 in a game. So that was cool to see for Ron Holland. Wow.
I didn't even know that. Just gonna go through some of these comments because they're pretty funny. A few of Jake Bayless's. Deshaun Gooner, Deshaun Weinstein,
Groper Cleveland.
Groper Cleveland, dishonorable discharge. I did like how you called him Deshaun a wanker. That one caught me off guard. Yeah, good. Jerry, I don't think is stupid enough to take Deshaun Watson, and 5 years too late.
But, why would you give up Dak Prescott for Deshaun Watson?
Yeah, and also yeah, no, you're right. Could Brandon Harris fire Sark? So
Could you imagine?
This is the first thing I thought of when I saw the Andrew Luck shit, and I'm just like trying to imagine that conversation happening in my head, and I literally can't.
Sark would just be like,
I don't know about that, but it got me thinking, like, which programs have GMs that have enough power to fire the head coach? Hey, I also started thinking, like, Coach O just firing GJ Kinney.
Oh my God!
Like
he just makes him the head coach. What if Andrew Luck becomes the head coach and it's just a full purge of the program?
He's the head coach and the GM.
Yeah.
Hey, shit, he have eligibility left. He could be a player coach. Bill Russell it.
We might have to mute one of these guys in the chat. It's just kind of flooding it with.
Oh, my bad. I was scrolled up. I didn't even see this. Ban user, delete comments. Easy. What else we got here? Kai Jones, he's still in the NBA.
Yeah, so he got a 2-way contract with the Mavs because the Mavs are just their injury situation is awful. In fact, their injury situation is so bad right now. They cannot sign another player without hitting the first apron of their salary cap situation in the NBA. Basically, if they wanted to sign a guy to a 10-day contract, they would have to pay $85 million in luxury tax fees. So it would cost them $87 million to sign a guy to a 10-day. And they physically cannot do it. If they get a couple of more season-ending injuries, they might have to forfeit games. It's that bad. But Kai Jones got a 2-way contract with them, and he hasn't even played with the G League team. I've been calling the G League games. I called another one last night. He hadn't even shown up in Frisco. He's been with Dallas the whole time. But he's actually played really well. He's even started a couple of games. I'm happy for him.
Is he still off his rocker?
He's always been. He's always been.
That is not true.
Yes, he has. Yes, he has always been a little sideways. He's always been a little crazy.
I know, but when at Texas was he doing the shit he's doing now?
He just had the platform, I think, once he got to the NBA. But if you knew him at Texas, and I did, you knew that he had a little bit of a screw loose. But he's never been he's never had malicious intention, which I think that was what got him misconstrued with the whole 76er situation. It's people were yeah, this dude's weird. We're going to cut him because he's weird. And it's what was he doing? He was just singing and coloring on his face, I think, or something on IG Live. But he's weird. He's a weirdo. That's a fact. But it's never affected his play on the court. He's never gotten into legal trouble or anything. From everybody that knows Kai Jones, they always say he's a phenomenal human. He's just kind of weird. Yeah, that did not happen. But it wouldn't surprise me if it did. I mean, he is weird. He's a weirdo. He's crazy.
Yeah, isn't he from the Bahamas?
Yeah, he's from the Bahamas. I mean, it's better than Jackson Hayes. He's got a literal case. So
yeah, hey, still hooping in the NBA every night. Slammed it on Miles Turner.
Dude, JJ Redick, he's had a couple of interesting quotes this week about the Lakers. One being that he's if we're going to make a deep playoff run, we literally cannot have one injury to any of these guys. He's especially Jackson Hayes, because he is their only size. I mean, and they didn't even trust in Jackson Hayes at the trade deadline. Remember, they were trying to get Mark Williams from Charlotte, but then the trade got rescinded because Mark Williams didn't pass his physical. So they are really relying upon Jackson Hayes to be the guy. And then last night after that crazy buzzer beater from Josh Giddey, Bulls had 3 threes in the last 13 seconds to beat the Lakers, and Josh Giddey hit a half-court shot to win it. JJ Redick said afterward that the Lakers are just tired right now and that it's, they got to get through. And it's like, man, you got the playoffs on the horizon. You can't be tired, but they are coming off 6 games in 8 days, which is insane.
Yeah, no, I mean, that is insane. What even is Jackson Hayes' deal? He beat up his girlfriend. She pressed charges or something like that.
Yeah, and there's a video that's circulated on Twitter. So if you guys are interested in seeing what exactly happened in that situation, there's video evidence. But I think that case is still pending.
So you're basically saying Jackson Hayes is Texas fans' Joe Mixon?
I don't think it's not that bad. It's not nearly that bad. But it's more so like he slammed her against the wall, like, get out of my face type deal. And it was like a heated argument and they were like throwing shit at each other. So like you can see the video where Joe Mixon like just clocked this woman in the middle of a restaurant and knocked her out clean. Like,
yeah, that shit is so crazy to look back on. Like, no one has really called out Lincoln Riley for that.
Yeah.
Like, he's like, don't worry, we're suspending him. Like, he was a true freshman. He was getting fucking red-shirted no matter what. Like, come on, I don't know. That was like, anyone remember? This is actually kind of funny. One time on a road trip, ended up stopping in Kerrville at a Whataburger. They have all this memorabilia in there, right? And it's an A&M helmet. It's an A&M football. Who's it signed by? Johnny Football, right? About a week later, it comes out he had illegally, been signing memorabilia, making money off it, profiting off his name, image, and likeness when it was still illegal. What was his suspension? The first half of the Rice game.
That's insane.
Remember that?
I do remember that. I forgot about that. That's crazy.
Yeah, but the whole thing came out like a week after I was at that Whataburger, and I was like, shit, I saw some of the evidence, But
he was getting free honey butter chicken biscuits.
Yeah, CB, you're probably right, but Riley still would have been on that staff, and it's Lincoln Riley. There's not much to like about him. But what we do like is March Madness, and a few good games last night. I was not able to see the final two because I woke up at 5:30 to drive to Austin and then turn back around. So I just crashed. I was too tired. But Duke, Arizona looked great. Cooper Flagg had 30. He had like 18 in the first half, I think.
Yeah.
I watched Bama BYU. That one was crazy. Mark Sears like couldn't fucking miss.
Dude.
But did not see any of the Tech Arkansas game. Didn't Tech come back down double digits or something big?
Yeah, I'll start with the Alabama game. They made 25 threes, the most ever in an NCAA tournament game. They took – think about this on paper. They took 66 shots. 51 of them were 3-point shots. Like, that's insane. They were 10 for 15 from 2-point range, which is – that just doesn't make sense. And you score 113 points in a regulation college basketball game. It's absolutely insane.
How many were free throws?
I
couldn't have done the math in time and forgot the numbers you said.
18 of 21. But yeah, just insane numbers there from Alabama. I mean, they were scorching hot. BYU played a good game offensively. Alabama just couldn't miss. I mean, it was one of those nights where nobody in the country was beating Alabama. The Florida-Maryland game, Derek Queen, despite dropping 27 points, and Angel Reese's brother dropping 12, they fell to Florida. Florida's a strong program, and they pulled away late in that game. It was closer than the score indicated. But, man, that last game, Texas Tech and Arkansas, Texas Tech was down by 16 in the second half in the final moments. And they stormed back to take the lead. They were down 13 with 4:44 to go, stormed back to tie it with 10 seconds left, and then won it in overtime. Just a crazy moment for Texas Tech, and it's gonna be unfortunate if Texas Tech makes it to the Final Four, Ole Miss makes it to the Final Four, and you're a Texas basketball fan. You're looking around, and Chris Beard's in the Final Four, Texas Tech is back in the Final Four, and you are on another head coach, and that's. Unfortunately, Texas Tech is getting the last laugh here because Grant McCasland is a damn good ball coach. He's a guy that has no incentive to leave Texas Tech ever because his wife has mad connections in Lubbock, mad connections at that university. He started his career in West Texas, and I love Grant from my UNT days. He's a UNT guy. I'm rooting for Grant in this tournament now. But yeah, Texas Tech is rolling right now.
Are there any open big jobs left this coaching cycle?
Oh yeah, there's a few. If you could pull up this Buzz Williams, Maryland, while I pull up this other one. Yeah, so Chris Bennett asking Buzz Williams going to Maryland, and then if you could pull up Rob's comment as well, why would Buzz leave for a tougher job? I don't think that's a tougher job. I mean, you look at the ACC, or excuse me, you look at the Big Ten right now, I would not compare that to the SEC. The SEC's, man, Wade Taylor is the reason that Buzz Williams still has a job. Wade Taylor is now out of A&M. You go to Maryland, you have Under Armour backing. Now it's not, oil money at Texas A&M, but you're competing in a lesser conference, in my opinion. I don't think it's necessarily a tougher job. If anything, it's probably a lateral move.
He probably just meant like A&M is always going to be a football school like Texas is, right? To where, like there's not nearly as much pressure to win ball games at A&M than there is to win ball games at Maryland, at least in basketball. I feel like that's probably...
there is. There's a lot of pressure at Maryland to win basketball games. That's a program that cares about its basketball.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Yeah, there's more pressure.
No, I think honestly, it's a good point, Rob, and I think there is a case to be made because you're right. It is easier to recruit to the SEC, but if you're recruiting a guy in that area in DMV or in New York or in the Northeast or even Chicago, or Detroit, you can persuade that kid to stay in the Big Ten over going to the SEC, probably 75% of the time. And so like a lot of those Northeast recruits, they stay in the Big Ten or they go to the ACC to play for North Carolina or Duke. So I think it would be a very similar job. I honestly think it would be just slightly bit of an easier path toward success at Maryland than it is at A&M, because A&M's just they're going to have to reload their roster, figure it out from there. I think Maryland has a little bit more, yeah, and I know what you meant, Rob. But I think Maryland has a little bit more to gain from a Buzz Williams type hire. But I don't think he's a good coach, so I don't think it'll work out regardless.
Yeah, it's someone who has never really dived into college basketball or dove into it. The Buzz Williams thing has been fascinating to me because everyone, especially A&M fans, talk about him like he's just this ridiculously good coach. But I've never known him really or paid attention to him outside of when he was at A&M. And he hasn't done jack shit at A&M.
Yeah.
So, I don't get how people can still – I mean, I get it, but it's kind of stupid to me how people are like, oh, he's still one of the top coaches when he hasn't won anything at A&M and hasn't won anything since before he was at A&M. And I hated that he was on all of our hot boards, but, hey, you need a 10th name on there sometimes. But, I mean, that's kind of how it felt like. This is also a big reason, too, I think, for Buzz Williams potentially leaving A&M.
Yeah.
Same thing with Schloss. They do not like the new AD, Trev Alberts. They were there. God, I'm blanking on the guy's name. He left for Ohio State. I actually covered his son. His son was a shit.
Ross Bjork.
Yes, his son always wanted to be a 4-star and ended up at Abilene Christian or Tarleton State, and he's now transferred down. I think he's playing D2 football now, but he was an A&M consolidated kid.
Sounds like a 4-star to me.
Yeah, right. Projected NFL draft pick. He was like a 5'10" white kid. You got to be special like Michael Taft, and even he wasn't ranked. What else we got here? Yeah, and the Trev Alberts thing is kind of interesting to me too, because dude, Matt Rule is a guy I really like and respect. I respect his opinion, the way he talks about things, and him and Trev Alberts were very close. It was a big deal that Trev Alberts left Nebraska. Because that was one of the main reasons Matt Rule went to Nebraska. So it's kind of, Nebraska, I think, is closer to a blue blood by every single category than A&M is. But the people in charge of the dynamics of the brass is so much different there. Trev Alberts is there, Steve Patterson.
I wonder what Steve Patterson's up to these days.
That is a great question. CB, we need you to get on that. We're going to wrap it up. A few games coming up today, March Madness. We got 4 of them. 6-seed Ole Miss versus 2-seed Michigan State at 6:09 in Atlanta. 3-seed Kentucky versus number 2-seed Tennessee at Lucas Oil Stadium. I didn't know they were playing there at 6:39 tonight in Indianapolis.
Have you seen the court set up there? It's gotten a lot of heat this week because some people love it and some people think it's really goofy.
How have they done it?
They walled off half of the stadium and they built bleachers up on the field up, and then they've let like the 3 triple-decker stands serve as like the stands basically for the court. It's very strange, but I think it's cool. I think it's fine.
I'm sorry. Is the 3-decker stands, is it like behind the basket or like parallel with the benches, if that makes sense?
Parallel with the benches, yeah.
Okay. I mean, I don't know. Like I feel like the way the Alamo Dome I know you've been there in the past for state basketball. That's probably the best way to do it, right? Where you have to bring in bleachers on the other side, especially for a March Madness game. But interesting. But Kentucky, Tennessee tonight.
Steve Patterson he was, after he left Texas, he became the president and CEO of the Arizona Coyotes of the NHL. I don't know if he's still there. I can't really figure it out, but the Arizona Coyotes no longer exist. So,
damn.
Yeah.
This dude is just bad luck. The second to last game, 5-seed Michigan versus 1-seed Auburn in Atlanta, Georgia. And then the nightcap, number 4-seed Purdue versus number 1-seed Houston, Lucas Oil Stadium.
Yep.
And also real quick, don't know how, y'all would feel about eating wings at 9:00. But Pluckers during March Madness actually runs a little promo deal where if you come in while a team from the state of Texas is playing in March Madness, you get 5 free wings with the order of an adult entree.
Really?
So, yeah. My girl and I went, whenever Texas played Xavier, got a 5-wing combo, 5 free wings, a little nice deal right there.
Say less.
So
does that apply for women's as well?
Huh?
Does that apply for the women's games as well?
I'm not sure. You'd have to go to their social media. I know it applies for men's, obviously, but I don't know if there was like a men's only or whatnot on the graphic. I don't remember.
And Texas women's hoops in action tomorrow at 2:30. It's going to be an interesting little weekend in Birmingham for the women. I think they get through Tennessee, but then the big challenge, I assume, would be Notre Dame on Monday. So we'll find out.
Yeah. Anything you want to talk about Texas baseball before we get out of here?
Yeah, Texas baseball on the road to take on Missouri. It's a really good opportunity for them to start 8-1 in SEC play. Missouri's not a great program, so man, it's crazy. Texas baseball. I still think it's men or women. It's awesome, Joaquin. Thank you. I think I still am like a little hesitant on like fully buying in on this Texas team because I saw LSU kind of struggle with Mississippi State last night, and Mississippi State's not good. So I want to see how LSU finishes this weekend, see how Texas gets through this weekend. But there's going to be many opportunities for Texas to prove their worth. They're a tournament team. I think they're a regional team. I'm trying to figure out if they have Omaha potential, and I'm kind of on the fence right now. But we'll see. Great pitching, and the bats are super hot. But can they win when the bats cool off? That's going to be my question.
Yep. And like Nick and Joaquin said, the Pluckers deal for 5 free wings with an adult entree is men's or women's.
Awesome.
We're going to get out of here. If you do want to hear more Texas baseball talk, the SEC Unfiltered crew is previewing the SEC baseball weekend, including Texas at Mizzou. So get over to the Texas Sports Unfiltered app, audio only to hear those breakdowns, and then back at 2 p.m., Chip and Zay. We'll be back on the live stream, Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, wherever you get your live stream, and we're going to sign out, get out of here. Y'all have a good weekend, and we'll see y'all on Monday. CB, Jake Bayless, Rob, Joaquin, everyone that tuned in today, appreciate y'all, Doza, and those on podcast, appreciate you listening as well.
Thanks, guys.
Leave a like, subscribe, and rate 5 stars. We'll see you on Monday.